of just how much pain there is and how fragile it all is, and they're living that in real time, just like we did back then. Commissioner Thomas Von Essen, former commissioner of the NYFD, thank you for what you did then, and thank you for helping us understand this now. God bless.
Thanks, Chris.
Look, all we can do is watch and wait and explain what's happening. And again, here comes more rain. They're just bands of these storm systems that are coming through. Not helpful. Will it help put out the fire? No, the fire is internal to that building right now. And there is not an opening on the other side. So it's going to burn, and it's just going to help compact things more and be a little bit of a nuisance to the men and women who are doing the job. But you'll see now, they're using this as a vantage point to put water on that fire and control it. This is what they've been doing. This is a multi-front fight for them. From below, the water level started to get high. You got a high water table. You got this rain coming in. You got stuff leaking out of the building. And they didn't have enough opportunity to justify that risk. So they started to try to come at it laterally. And on top, they're having a lot of struggles. But there is no quit in who we've seen on this structure so far. We're going to take a break. We'll let the storm pass. We'll be back.
If your walls could talk.
Only woman for him.
I'm curious about
A new.
Always the way to.
The lives that have been lost, the lives that we all treasure, and of course there are many persons who are missing or unaccounted for. So I send my sympathies.
The latest on that, Congressman, is 159 still unaccounted for, 4 reported dead, and I saw a tweet from Caitlin Collins from CNN saying that the president has approved emergency funding, an emergency declaration overnight for Florida for federal assistance, which kind of leads us somewhat into our first conversation piece this morning about infrastructure and the deal that was reached yesterday, at least on the Senate side, for bipartisan infrastructure bill, along with the passage the president is calling for, the speaker is calling for, this reconciliation package, including many of the social programs that you and your Democratic colleagues are calling for.
Yes, yesterday it was announced that a deal had been reached for $579 billion. That would be initially, and over a period of 8 years, it would be $1.2 trillion. This is something that would run in tandem with the reconciliation package that has been proposed. President Biden proposed earlier that he would want to do some sort of reconciliation, and I'm very proud of the persons who worked together to reach this compromise legislation. I support compromise. I don't support capitulation. My hope is that we can continue with compromise and get both of these passed in tandem with each other. I think it can satisfy the concerns of most of us in Congress. It won't completely satisfy anyone, I think, but I think that's what compromise is all about.
We'll pick up where we left off with your colleague, Congressman Glenn Grothman, on the U.S.-Mexico border with Vice President Kamala Harris heading to the border, her first trip to the U.S.-Mexico border since becoming vice president. What are your hopes that she hears down there in the border and comes out of her visit there?
Well, let me thank her for all that she's doing. Prior to making this trip, she of course went into some of the countries that are south of the border. I thought it was most appropriate that she do this because you need to see the conditions in these countries. I've been to El Salvador, went there to bring home one of my constituents, and we did so. And it's very, very sad, and people are living under circumstances that cause them to want to migrate toward the United States or a better life. With reference to her going, I'd like to see her have the opportunity to talk to people on the ground, to see some of the facilities where persons are being held with children, and to just get a sense of firsthand knowledge about what's happening. I think it's important to get this knowledge, but I also would add this. Walls won't solve the real problems that we have to deal with. She's talking about the root cause, and I appreciate that, meaning the conditions in countries south of the border. But we also have to talk about the root cause of the root cause. And that is, very succinctly put, the fact that we have treated persons south of the border as a part of a labor force, and persons to our north are our trading partners. We had a Vcr program in the 1940s that allowed us to bring people in. They were abused. They were paid minimum wage or less, 50 cents an hour at the time, and they were eventually pushed around and pushed back, and the program was terminated because of the abuse. The government over in Mexico just couldn't take it any longer. I think we have to realize that when we've done this over decades, that we've created a circumstance now that is going to require more than a wall to repair. And I'm prepared to do this because I care about people. I care about those babies who are coming. And anyone who sees a baby dropped over the wall and then says, we got to do something about that, I don't know that there's anyone in this country who would say, toss that baby back over the wall. That's just not the way we behave in this country. These mothers and fathers, they understand the perils, they understand the hazards that their children will encounter along the way, and they still will send their children because they know that the danger there is greater than the harm that they might suffer along the way. I don't agree with it. I don't want them to do it. But I cannot understand how I can say to them, you must keep your child in dangerous circumstances such that your child may be killed where the child is. People always want to extricate their children from home.
Representative Alan Green is with us. Your call.
Set one race against the other. You imply that because of your race you won't succeed in America when the whole rest of the world is coming here and succeeding in America.
Let's see if we can get one more call in to Deborah, Westchester, Ohio, Republican line.
Good morning.
Which came out of the U.S. House as H.R. 1. Your thoughts on that, and also the efforts in your state?
The Reagan administration allowed 4 million people who were here.
White House skeptics are asking, is this a trap for the GOP? Progressives already pushing back, and even President Biden says he won't sign the infrastructure deal without a dual budget bill loaded with Democratic priorities. Chad Pergram is live on Capitol Hill with more. There was a lot of surprise among Republicans yesterday when the president came out to talk about this, Chad.
That's right, John. Things looked rosy for about 5 minutes yesterday on infrastructure, and then Democrats said they'd insist on doing the bipartisan bill and a massive $6 trillion bill. The GOP asks why they should play along if Democrats will still push their big bill.
You can't have a deal of $1 trillion on infrastructure, but you got to vote for $5 trillion at the same time too, and you got to raise taxes on everybody, and you've got to have a Green New Deal. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to pass, and I think they killed any opportunity.
This bipartisan agreement is brittle. Some Democrats may insist on tax hikes. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says that's a red line. Members of the GOP wonder if Democrats are hoodwinking them. Democrats could blame the GOP of not being bipartisan if they walk away.
Well, first you have to come to the table to be able to push back from the table, right? And other than 5 people out of several hundred Republicans, they haven't been coming to the table.
President Biden says he will only sign both bills. Democrats need the big bill to get progressives on board, and some liberals have questioned why Democrats are even negotiating with the GOP. John?
All right, Chad Pergram for us on Capitol Hill. Chad, thank you so much. Julie?
Well, let's bring in the political panel now. We've got Fox News contributor Charlie Hurt, opinion editor for the Washington Times, and Harold Ford Jr., former Democratic congressman from Tennessee. Good afternoon to you both. Thanks for joining us. Take a listen take a listen to Senator McConnell. He told Mike Emanuel on our air last night that essentially the president pulled a fast one. Want to get your reaction after.
I was initially optimistic, but you could best be described as a tale of 2 press conferences. After the first one, the president walks out with a bipartisan group and blesses an infrastructure bill that many of my members are quite optimistic about. And then after all of those people depart the White House, the president goes out for the second press conference and says, unless you pass my tax bill, I won't sign the infrastructure bill.
Harold, I'll let you respond to that first. I'm guessing you don't agree with the senator's take.
Well, I'd say 2 things. First, thanks for having me on. I think that it's hard to reconcile the two. I would agree with Senator McConnell there. I do think the people will probably be asking about this are Senators Sinema and Warner and Manchin, because they have signaled that they are not for. They are more for bipartisan achievement than they are for trying to push something through standalone. I also think it's important for both sides to realize that when the country is as deeply divided as we are, and when we are facing the kind of challenges that we're facing at home and abroad, leaders in Washington don't have the luxury to just say no to everything. So when you have 10 Republicans and Democrats come together and say they're willing to say yes to something, I think it will force the American people to maybe pressure members of Congress who are pushing from the left or the right about this, against this bill, will push them to want them to support something that at least advances the ball down the field. And I was encouraged yesterday, and I remain encouraged this morning, or late morning as well. I should say early this afternoon as well.
Well, I am delighted to hear that you are feeling encouraged, because I am not. Charlie, I feel personally hoodwinked as an American citizen in all of this. All I've been hearing now for months is trillions of dollars in infrastructure, and every other day there's some big press conference because somebody's going to do something, there's agreement, and then the bottom falls out.
Yeah, well, if there's anything that unites Democrats and Republicans in Washington, it's spending other people's money that they don't have in the first place. So I am sort of, if the object is to blow a massive, larger hole in our deficit, then I'm optimistic Democrats and Republicans will figure out some way to come together to do that. But of course this is a trap. Everything is a trap. If this was actually about infrastructure, Democrats would have joined with Donald Trump over the past 4 years, and instead of trying to impeach him twice, they would have sat down and come up with a massive infrastructure bill that Donald Trump, probably larger than this one, that Donald Trump would have been delighted to sign. But that's not what they're interested in. What they're interested in is all of their pet projects. They're interested in spending all this money that they don't have and dumping the debts on our children and grandchildren for them to pay. But there's no doubt in my mind that the so-called progressives in Congress are starting to look at this and realizing that it's a wonderful trap for Republicans. They can get them in on this and then try to run, and then under the guise of slipping through another bill, another much larger bill of $6 trillion that literally our children for generations that we don't even know will still be paying for.
So, gentlemen, unfortunately,
and one community quite like ours.
Yes, this afternoon.
And here is the Vice President in El Paso, Texas. We should point out it's 95 degrees there, so we don't know how long she'll answer questions.
Where you can win up to $500 in...
You all have heard me say many times, I strongly believe that most people don't want to leave home, and when they do, it is because either they are fleeing some harm, or because to stay they cannot provide for the basic necessities of their family. That belief has been reinforced throughout our day today. Whether it was when I met with children who are unaccompanied minors, or I met with leaders who have been on the ground in El Paso for many, many years, doing work that is directly about supporting and interacting with folks who are immigrating to the United States and who are crossing this border. My trip to Guatemala and Mexico was about addressing the root causes. The stories that I heard and the interactions that we had today reinforce the nature of those root causes. A lack of economic opportunity, very often violence, corruption, and food insecurity, and basic needs not being met, including a fear of cartels and gang violence. So the work that we have to do is the work of addressing the cause, the root causes. Otherwise, we will continue to see the effect of what is happening at the border. It is going to require, as we have been doing, a comprehensive approach that acknowledges each piece of this, informed also by the recognition that the United States is a neighbor in the Western Hemisphere, and not only do we have a reason to concern ourselves with the root cause issues because of what we see at the border, but also because we live in that neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere. And like anyone living in a neighborhood, one must understand and see the effect and the relationship between fellow neighbors. So that's the work we've of CVP. Really has reinforced the work that Secretary Mayorkas has done in terms of bringing technology, bringing resources, bringing professionalism and support to the men and women who are on the ground doing the job every day. I commend all of them for the success that they have seen thus far. I call it progress. We're not exactly where we want to be yet, but we have seen extreme progress over these last few months because of his dedication and his efforts. So with that, I want to also make the point, you know, when we have this conversation about what's happening at the border, let's not lose sight of the fact that we're talking about human beings. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we're talking about stories that, as the bishop shared and many of the community folks shared, involve horrendous tales of abuse and fear and harm, not only for folks who are coming here in their home country experiencing that, but along the path of their migration. And so let's recognize with a sense of humanity that these issues must be addressed in a way that is informed by fact and informed by reality and informed by perspective that actually is dedicated to addressing problems and fixing them in the most constructive and productive way. The President and I are absolutely committed to ensuring that our immigration system is orderly and humane, and I do believe that we are making progress in that regard. So with that, I'm going to now introduce the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Ali Mayorkas, to make a few comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, and privileged to be with you today. I recommended to the Vice President that we visit El Paso because it is one of the busiest sectors on the border. El Paso reflects the many diverse elements of our mission. It demonstrates also the progress that has been made in the work that remains. In March, this sector experienced overcrowding, unaccompanied children staying in the Border Patrol station for more than an average of 120 hours. We saw too many children in a Border Patrol facility not designed for them for too long. The President and the Vice President directed me in the execution of my responsibilities as the Secretary of Homeland Security to take care of it. Today, the situation is dramatically different. The Border Patrol station is not overcrowded, with children, and an unaccompanied child spends an average of less than 30 hours in it. Border surges have been a challenge for years and years, and to address the challenge successfully requires a multi-part plan. And to address the challenge successfully requires a multi-part plan. We have a plan. The Vice President is leading our nation's effort to tackle the root causes of migration, why people leave their home in the first place. I and my colleagues in the Cabinet have been directed to execute the rest of the plan, to build safe and legal pathways for people who qualify for humanitarian relief under the laws our Congress has passed, to rebuild our country's asylum system that was dismantled under the prior administration in an orderly and just way, to remove those whose claims for relief do not qualify. I am immensely proud to lead the workforce, the men and women of DHS, in executing our responsibility to secure the border and execute a safe, orderly, and humane process as the President and the Vice President have directed. I am grateful to the Vice President for leading the effort to tackle the root causes of migration, her focus on what is happening in the Northern Triangle countries of origin. I am hopeful that Congress will pass immigration reform to fix a system that everyone recognizes is broken, and I am thankful for the Chairman's years-long leadership and championing of this effort. Thank you.
For several years, I served in the Senate with Kamala Harris, Senator from California. We worked on many issues together. There was never a doubt in my mind when it came to the issue of immigration that we were of the same mind as to what America needed to do. When she was given an opportunity to join President Biden in leading his country, she was also given an opportunity to use that commitment to immigration to solve one of America's hardest political problems. Her attendance today in El Paso is an indication of her caring and her commitment to meaningful immigration reform. And I want to join her by saying that the Congress needs to do its part when it comes to immigration reform. It has been 35 years since we've had an immigration bill. Everybody complains about the immigration system, and they should, it's broken. But when it comes to dealing with it, many of folks in the Senate and the House don't want to lift a finger. We need a bipartisan effort to come up with a meaningful, humane, sensible immigration policy in America. I want to salute the Congresswoman, Veronica Escobar. She and I have discussed her vision of immigration reform. I believe she's moving in the right direction in terms of dealing not only with the challenges of today, but what our nation looks like tomorrow. It is an
You had to go through waiting a lot as well. And so I just want to say I've spoken to Governor DeSantis, and we've provided all the help that they need. We sent the best people from FEMA down there. We're going to stay with them with the disaster declaration we made, provide for everything from housing to, God forbid, whether there's a need for moratoria for the bodies to be placed, everything in between. And but I just want to say, and I'm sure I speak for all the members of the Congress here today and all the survivors here, that it's a tough time. There's so many people waiting. Are they alive? Will they be? Will it happen? And so our heart goes out to them. And the people of Florida, I've spoken to Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I've spoken to most of the folks down there and member and authority. And I promise you, the administration, the Congress are doing everything possible to be of assistance now and after this occurs. After they decide exactly what the state of play is. But I'm glad to welcome everyone here to the adjunct to the White House here and in person and virtually. Survivors and family members, victims, and the path-breaking leaders like Senator Baldwin. Just over 5 years ago, the Pulse nightclub, a place of acceptance and joy, became a place of unspeakable pain and loss. And we'll never fully recover, but we'll remember. And we have to, what we're going to do is what the members of Congress here did, and enshrine in law, as a consequence of that law, enshrine in perpetuity, a literally monument to the loss that occurred there, and an absolute determination that we're going to deal with this every single solitary day and make sure that we're not in a position to see this happen again. Behind me, you see on either board there the 49 lives lost, family members, parents, friends, veterans, students, young, black, Asian, Latino, all fellow Americans. And in their memory, and for the countless others forever scarred, is why I signed this today. And let me say how much I appreciate, and I mean this sincerely, the commitment of the members of the House and Senate to make sure that we don't forget, that this isn't forgotten. Now, there's a tradition when a bill is signed that the president gives a signing pen to each of the people who had something to do with the law or the decision being made in the first place. I promise you, I have all the pens put in the other room. I couldn't figure out how to sign them all, but don't leave without the pen, okay? All right? All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
May we never have to sign another, no president ever have to sign another monument like this. Thank you. Thank you.
Why did the Congressional Black Caucus did not demand that the anti-lynching bill was attached to that Asian American Pacific Islander hate crime bill? When after 1 year, they got a hate crime bill, and black people in this country have been suffering for hundreds of years.
Okay, Jay, we'll hear from Congressman Green.
Well, the Constitution doesn't allow us to pass a law specifically for any particular group of persons. There is something that requires equality under the law. The hate crime bill that you speak of would apply to me if someone tried to harm me because of COVID-19, just as it would apply to you. It just so happens that many persons of Asian ancestry are attacked, and I deplore and detest that. And we are trying to deal with lynching as a crime. And that is something that is on our agenda. And my hope is that we'll get it done. But I don't know that I can decide that I'm not going to vote for anything because I can't get that done. I think that there are various views on this, and there may come a time when we'll have to push so far as to do exactly what you said, but I don't think we're there yet.
Is there actual anti-lynching?
Taking a leadership role on root.
Came to us some years ago and indicated that lynching is not a crime. It wasn't a crime, hasn't been made a crime. And there is some legislation pending to make lynching a crime, and it should be. The fact that you lynch a person, in my opinion, is horrific enough for it to be a crime. We will punish you for killing the person, but we don't call it lynching.
Congressman.
And addressing then America's priorities, again, as a neighbor in the Western Hemisphere, focusing those priorities on the actual root causes so that we can, by inference, have an impact on the effect. And I'm very excited about the potential, as we have talked with these congressional leaders and with the Secretary. The focus that we have placed on the root causes includes bringing together CEOs from some of America's largest corporations, bringing together some of the world's largest foundations based here in the United States, bringing together civil society, and working on a comprehensive approach that is our administration's resolve toward the overall issue, which is root causes, and then deal with what's happening at the border. And again, I will say that Ali Mayorkas is doing an extraordinary job, boots on the ground here at the border, implementing reforms within the Department of Homeland Security that are clearly having an effect of expediting in a fair and judicious way the folks who are arriving.
Here in El Paso and in many other border cities, people's lives and families are spread across both sides of the border, and those lives have been interrupted over the last 15 months with the pandemic border restrictions. So I'd like to know, where do the plans stand on reopening the border, and is there a target date? Also, is there more plans for vaccines to be sent to Mexico, and what is your plan to distribute those vaccines equally across the entire border?
So thanks very much for the question. We're very sensitive to the issue that you raise. The decision when to ease the restrictions on travel across the border is based on the science and the data that the Centers for Disease Control has. It's a public health decision. It is based on the well-being of the American public. We are mindful of the economic consequences of the restrictions that currently exist, and those will be eased as the public imperative dictates. Consequences of the restrictions that currently exist, and those will be eased as the public imperative dictates. We have imposed restrictions in the service of the public health imperative, and they are guided by that. So, for example, essential travelers are indeed able to cross through the ports of entry for the reasons of their essential nature. So It's a very measured, calculated approach that addresses the public health imperative and also the objectives of their identity as essential workers.
We understand that you work with 5 young girls at the facility in 1968. Were you also able to meet other migrants while you were there or during the day? And was everything that you received then? How does that sort of inform your understanding of the problems that are currently happening at the border, not just in this spot?
So I met with the children, with the young girls, and you know, it was interesting. They have obviously fled great harm. They're without their parents. They are also full of hope. They were asking me questions. How do you become the first woman vice president? But it also reminds me of the fact that this issue cannot be reduced to a political issue. We're talking about children, we're talking about families, we're talking about suffering, and our approach has to be thoughtful and effective. And we can take all of these perspectives into account and have meaningful good public policy if we just stop the rhetoric and the finger pointing and do what we need to do, including, as Chairman Durbin has been doing for years, agreeing that we need immigration reform in our country and that Congress must act. Let's do the work of agreeing. You can't just react to a problem without solving it at its roots. Let's agree to that. So when I think about what I heard and saw today, I will tell you it's very reaffirming of everything that I heard and saw when I was in Boston. Everything that I discussed with President Lopez Obrador in Mexico about the partnership between the United States and Mexico to invest in the root causes. Seeing that there is a very clear and direct connection. It literally is direct and clear. But I will tell you, one of the things that every place has been a theme has been people don't want to leave home if they don't have to.
30 years for a life taken, in my estimation, is not enough. It was a heinous murder. It was a brutal murder. It was a murder of no remorse. And even at this moment, Chauvin is refusing to take any responsibility, but to, quote, blame it on the system for what he did. So I think from the perspective of the civil rights community and the National Urban League, we want to see a significant upward departure from the guidelines, because that's the only way justice can be complete and the family can have true closure in this matter.
On that point about policing, has the National Urban League seen a marked or discernible change in the way police conduct themselves following the Chauvin verdict?
It's difficult to measure, Jeff. What is clear is that there have been continued killings of unarmed African-American men, that the rate of unconstitutional acts does not seem to be significantly dissipating. What has changed is that there's now movement in many communities because of public pressure, because of public outcry, to change policing, to re-envision it, to reimagine it. And key, I think, is going to be whether the Congress, particularly the Republican caucus, shows the leadership and the courage to embrace a strong George Floyd justice and policing bill. We've been intimately involved in those discussions and those conversations, and they continue. But that bill is not symbolic. We do not need a symbolic gesture for politicians to show up at a signing ceremony. We need something that begins to demonstrate that there's going to be accountability and, if you will, a new framework for the relationship between police and communities.
Mark Morial and Mary Moriarty, my thanks to the both of you. Shaq, you're going to stay with us and come back in about 20 minutes when this hearing gets underway. But for now, we're going to head to South Florida because we're expecting to hear from Miami-Dade police soon as the death toll has risen to 4 in that collapse of that beachfront condo tower. And the number of people unaccounted for now stands at a staggering 159. And we should note that unaccounted for does not necessarily mean they're all missing. But as the days go on and they haven't checked in to confirm they're safe, a gut-wrenching reality is setting in about the delicate mission for those crews digging through the rubble. All right, let's bring in MSNBC weekend anchor Allie Velshi, who's at the scene in Surfside, Florida. So, Allie, I mean, look, is this dangerous search and rescue operation, it's really been complicated by the weather today, as I understand it. You got high winds and there was rain earlier today. So what's the latest from officials there?
In fact, there was a downpour probably 15 minutes ago. It was really quite a bit. Technically, the rain doesn't stop them, by the way, from searching, but the lightning does. There was lightning last night. This was a big thunderstorm that rolled through. This is South Florida. It happens quite a bit. Moments from now, we're expecting a press conference. In fact, I'm just keeping an eye on it over there from Miami-Dade Police. The scene is back there about 2 blocks. That's where the building is. You can't see it from here because, in fact, here you see city officials heading toward the press conference, which we can take in just a moment. They're all gathering there. There are police officials there. There's the governor, Ron DeSantis, turning the corner here. They're going to be setting up about 15 feet from me momentarily, so I may stop talking when that happens as we get that. We may be getting a new death toll. We know 4 people have been found dead. 35 or so have been rescued. 159, you are right to point out, have been unaccounted for. That does not mean there are 159 people trapped in that building. It means 159 people are thought to maybe have been in there and have not been able to be located by their families or have not checked in. There's a family reunification center a couple of blocks away where families are waiting for any news, but we have not seen either
I'm going to hop in here,
rescues of people or
we're going to take our audience to, there you go, Governor DeSantis.
Day and a half, particularly by our first responders. They are searching nonstop to save people's lives, and so we thank them for what they're doing. Those operations, of course, are ongoing. We have a lot of support. There's going to be more support that comes in with our federal partners, and we're grateful for that. We also thank everybody who's been involved in helping the people that have been displaced. I mean, there is fortunately a lot of people that got out of that building. They don't have a home anymore. And so the efforts of the community have really been fantastic. I know there's a couple charities that we've been telling people about. They've been getting a lot of support. We are also fortunate to get support from FEMA to provide individual assistance to people who've been impacted. We typically would not, probably with this, hit the threshold. Of course, you can waive that. The Biden administration waived that minimum threshold and is stepping up to the plate. Was able to speak to the FEMA director last night. She's been great, wants to be helpful. And then I just spoke about an hour ago with President Biden, and he reiterated his administration's full support. They're all in, and so we really appreciate having the support of the president, and the people of Florida really appreciate the president and his administration stepping up to help people who are in need. We're fortunate about these relief efforts on the private sector. I just spoke with one of our great companies here in Florida, Lennar Homes, and their CEO, Stuart Miller. They're doing $1 million for the relief efforts. And we have people from all across the country that are donating money to be able to help for both. We have the one at the Shul, which is the shul.org, and then you also have the one here for the Surfside Relief Fund. Both of those are great. We're going to be supporting both of them with some of our stuff, and I would just urge people to help out with that. We've working very closely with Mayor Cava, in addition to working with the federal government. As needs arise, the state's here to help, and the federal government's also here. And so we feel like we have all hands on deck to be able to assist with the search and rescue mission, and then obviously help people who have been displaced, and then help the families who still have loved ones who are unaccounted for. I mean, when tragedy strikes, it's a very difficult thing in any circumstances. But just speaking with a lot of these family members, when they're unaccounted for, it's a really, really difficult thing. They just don't know. And I know that first responders are working around the clock to be able to get all those answers and to save as many lives as they can. But this has been a really, really difficult thing. And so I just thank the community for really coming together, both here in Surfside, Miami-Dade, and really throughout Florida and throughout the country. We really appreciate that. I've also been talking with Mayor Cava. We both agree we need a definitive explanation for how this could have happened. And that's an explanation that needs to be an accurate explanation. It's an explanation that we don't want to get wrong, obviously, but at the same time, I do think it's important that it's timely because you have a lot of family here. You have families that lost loved ones in this building collapse. They have a right to know. You have other folks who were able to get out safely, but then lost their homes. When we were walking out, one of the things that they were cleaning up were all the family photos that would be strewn around. And so they have a right to know as well. And then I think there's a lot of other people throughout this community and really throughout Florida who want to know, well, how could a building just collapse like that? And so I think it's a really important thing. And so we've said whatever the local efforts are underway with that, the state will support whatever we can to do this right, but also to do it timely so that we get the answers to the families and that we get the answer to the people of Florida. And so they have our support for that. And when I spoke with the president, he indicated if we need support on that investigatory end, they would send personnel as well. So thanks for everybody who stepped up. We have a lot of heroes in our midst here over the last day and a half, and God bless them. And also just thank people who've sent their thoughts and prayers and have made donations. I think that when you see something like this, it really is a unique type of tragedy to have in the middle of the night half of a building just collapse like that. And it's tough. It's been gut-wrenching for an awful lot of people, but I'll tell you, nobody is quitting here, and we are going to stand by those families, and we're going to stand by everyone that's been displaced. You can guarantee that. Mayor?
Thank you, Governor. Fix this for you.
Whether or not there was juror misconduct and whether or not Derek Chauvin got a fair trial. So all of those issues will be raised on appeal. 90 days, 100%. I can't say I'm sure about, everything, but 100% chance that appeal is filed. Absolutely.
Excellent point. And Joey and I were speaking earlier about how differently it looked based on what side you were looking at. The prosecution having a team of attorneys, the defense having one attorney. Will this play into the appeal? We are moments away from hearing what the judge will decide for Derek Chauvin.
Forensic fact number 20. A single fiber can be traced to a specific...
Hard as we possibly can, leave no stone unturned, and you can see the activity. These first responders are going in through tunnels. They're working from the top. They're working from the bottom. It has to be done very, very carefully. They can't dislodge pieces of debris that could injure them in the process. They can't dislodge debris that could possibly make it more difficult to continue the search. So we are fully behind them as they do this daring and brave work, and we are making sure that they are safe so that they can continue these efforts. I want to say as well that these are the best first responders in the world. These are the ones that are sent to trouble spots. They've been to 9/11, they've been to Haiti, they've been wherever there is a disaster, and they are bringing that expertise to bear right here for our residents, for our visitors in Surfside. So while we continue to do everything we can locally and with the support of all of these jurisdictions, we are so grateful that FEMA has come to our side. We have this extraordinary decision by President Biden to move those dollars and that support forward expeditiously, waiving the minimum amount that has to be generated before the support will kick in, and with the emergency declaration by our governor, we're able to move forward. So this is very, very important. It's important to our search and rescue efforts. It's important to our rubble, debris removal. It's critical for the families who are going to need help in the long term as they recover. So I think you all know the numbers have not changed since the morning. We have 127 people that are accounted for, 159 that have been identified as possibly being on the site, unaccounted for, and we have 4, sadly, who we have lost and we will be burying. So we are now providing briefings to the waiting families every 4 hours in the Family Reunification Center. They are getting detailed descriptions of the operation so they can really understand what's at stake and how critical it is that we proceed cautiously and that they have patience. We're very grateful to everyone who's contributed. Lennar Corporation, that's extraordinary. We've set up a fund that's already generated $100,000 from donations.
Believe it's necessary to enforce the border apparently has no problem with tens of thousands of people coming here every month. It's tough to negotiate with someone.
You have some proposed legislation, Congressman, the Ending Sanctuary Cities Act. What would that do, and what's the status of that?
Well, we'd love to have a hearing on it. Obviously, it's difficult to enforce the immigration laws in our country and educate people abroad that we do not want people to come here illegally if there are counties or cities around the country that are saying, we're not going to ask your immigration status. It's an invitation for people to not only come here and know they're not going to be deported, but it's kind of a carrot to say you may get welfare as well once you come here. I wish we'd take up the bill. What it does is it prevents federal funds from going to cities who really are not, I guess I'd say, obeying American law and seem to encourage illegal immigration.
Let's hear from Michael in El.
Provisions of SB 202 were passed with a discriminatory purpose in violation of the Voting Rights Act. The Georgia legislature passed SB 202 through a rushed process that departed from normal practice and procedure. The version of the bill that passed the state Senate on March 8th was 3 pages long. Days later, the bill ballooned into over 90 pages in the House. The House held less than 2 hours of floor debate on the newly inflated SB 202 before Governor Kemp signed it into law the same day. These legislative actions occurred at a time when the Black population in Georgia continues to steadily increase. And after a historic election that saw record voter turnout across the state, particularly for absentee voting, which Black voters are now more likely to use than white voters. Our complaint challenges several provisions of SB 202 on the grounds that they were adopted with the intent to deny or abridge Black citizens equal access to the political process. The provisions we are challenging reduce access to absentee voting at each step of the process, pushing more Black voters to in-person voting, where they will be more likely than white voters to confront long lines. SB 202 then imposes additional obstacles to casting an in-person ballot. Like all of the provisions in SB 202, the changes to absentee voting were not made in a vacuum. These changes come immediately after successful absentee voting in the 2020 election cycle, especially among Black voters. SB 202 seeks to halt and reverse this progress. First, the law prohibits election officials from distributing unsolicited applications for absentee ballots as they did during 2020. The law irrationally shortens both the period during which voters can request absentee ballots and the period during which election officials can mail them out to voters. In the 2020 election cycle, a voter in Georgia could request an absentee ballot up to 180 days before an election, and up until the Friday before Election Day. Under SB 202, the state moved the deadline for requesting an absentee ballot by a week, a critical time period close to Election Day, where data shows that Black voters are more likely than white voters to request an absentee ballot. SB 202 imposes substantial fines on third-party organizations, churches, and advocacy groups that send follow-up absentee ballot applications and requires new and unnecessarily stringent identification requirements to obtain an absentee ballot. We are also challenging a provision of SB 202 that places restrictions on drop boxes and would limit access and ease of voter participation. In the 2020 elections and the 2021 runoff election, the Georgia State Election Board allowed voters to drop off absentee ballots in drop boxes. This method of voting was widely deployed in the metro Atlanta area, where the largest Black voting age population in Georgia resides. During the 2020 election cycle, the 4 most populous counties in the metro Atlanta area provided over 100 drop box locations for voters. Under the bill, that number is expected to drop to roughly 20.
After a jury convicted him of murdering George Floyd, Chauvin, of course, pressed his knee onto Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds as Floyd was face down with his hands cuffed behind his back.
That murder, of course, sparking nationwide protest, many of which ended up turning violent in U.S. cities. Chauvin himself is now facing up to 40 years behind bars. Let's bring in Martha McCallum. She's the anchor of the story. She has been following the murder of George Floyd since day one. Martha, I think a good place to start here before we dig into the specifics of the sentencing today is there, we're looking at a range of 10.5 to 40 years for Chauvin. Is there a number, some kind of magical number in there that can somehow miraculously satisfy Americans on both sides of the political aisle, that can satisfy the tremendous appetite for justice with this case? Or that's a pipe dream?
I think it's a great question, Jillian, because I think the reason that this case has so much attention and so much emotion and passion around it is because of what it ignited. And obviously, first and foremost, it was the horrific video where Americans watched the death of George Floyd. We now know that a man has been convicted in his death. So the outrage that emanated from that video, from that moment on Memorial Day of 2020 is about to get some sort of finality here. The family says that it will not really be a closure moment. I think that's always a difficult kind of phrase for these sorts of situations where families are concerned. They probably will never find that completely. But it's interesting because one of the things that we know the prosecution is asking for 30 years, and the range, as you say, is expected to be something like 12.5 years to 40 years in prison. I've read other analysis that says 18 years would be about right. There's another question of whether or not he will get time served. But I think that one former city council member in Minneapolis who I spoke with today said anything north of 20, he believes, will be seen as a just sentence for Derek Chauvin.
Just Martha, for folks at home who are hearing all these numbers and aren't sure what to make of them, the statute calls for a maximum of 40 years, right. But it's believed that anything over 30 years would likely be overturned on appeal. And so the judge doesn't want to do that. Then there's this idea of, well, what's a presumptive sentence? And it falls somewhere in the middle, around 12.5 years. So those are all of the numbers that we're talking about, the reasons why. Eric Nelson, Chauvin's attorney, is calling for probation. We know that's not going to happen.
He also called to have the trial overturned, which was also rejected earlier. So,
but then there's also this idea of an appeal. Mm-hmm. And the idea of an appeal sort of centers around this juror, Brandon Mitchell, who was seen wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt at a rally in Washington, D.C. The judge himself said, look, I don't think that affected the outcome of the trial, but it may be grounds for reversal on appeal. So this likely is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, that was a very explosive story when it came out about Brandon Mitchell, that he was wearing that t-shirt, that he was at a march in Washington. All of the jurors were specifically asked, did you participate in any protests that were related to George Floyd? He claimed that, he didn't consider that to fall into that category. He thought...
Forgive me, I'm going to have to cut you off as we dip in here to the proceedings.
12646, matters on for sentencing.
Council note appearances beginning with the state.
Good afternoon, Matthew Frank, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jerry Blackwell from the state of Minnesota.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Swisher on behalf of the state of Minnesota.
Your Honor, Keith Ellison, Attorney General on behalf of the state of Minnesota.
And for the defense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Eric Nelson and Amy Voss appearing on behalf of Mr. Chauvin.
Thank you. We are still, for all those attending, under somewhat modified COVID restrictions, so we are asking that everyone keep their masks on unless they are speaking. I'll ask for people who are speaking to come up to the lectern and use the microphones, and please to remove your mask so that we can hear you clearly, and also to maintain the distances that we have set out in the courtroom. With that, we'll proceed first with the state. Mr. Blackwell, you may proceed with victim input.
Your Honor, we have 4 victim impact statements. We will start with the 7-year-old daughter of George Floyd, Gianna Floyd, who will present hers by video.
What do you miss most about your daddy?
Well, I ask about him all the time.
What do you miss most about your daddy?
Well, I ask about him all the time. And that's kind of it.
Yeah. Well, when you ask about him, what are you asking about?
Well, I was asking, how did my dad get hurt?
Do you wish that he was still here with us?
Yeah, but he is.
Through his spirit?
Yes.
Yes. And when you see your daddy again one day, what do you want to do when you see him?
I want to play with him.
What kind of games do you want to play with him?
I want to play with him, have fun, go on a plane ride, and that's it.
Yeah. Would you?
We used to have dinner meals every single night before we went to bed. My daddy always used to help me brush my teeth.
Oh. Do you miss him helping brush your teeth?
Yes.
How do you hope that the world remembers him?
Well, they helped him because those mean people did something to him.
Yeah. If you could say anything to your daddy right now, what would it be?
It would be, I miss you and I love you.
All right. Thank you, Gianna. I really appreciate you answering questions today.
From the nephew of George Floyd, Brandon Williams.
Brandon Williams, BRANDON WILLIAMS.
You may proceed.
On Monday, May 25th, 2020, George Perry Floyd Jr. was murdered by Derek Chauvin in a malicious and insidious display of hate and abuse of power. Chauvin killed George. Not only did he kill George, but he also displayed a total lack of consideration for human life as he did so. You saw it, I saw it, and millions of people across the country and the globe witnessed the act of hate. A year and 1 month later, I stand here before you tasked with the duty of expressing how George's death has impacted me personally and the rest of our family. As I racked my brain and thought about what I could say today, I came to this conclusion. It is humanly impossible for me to stand here and convey or articulate the right words that would capture all that we are feeling and what we have felt over this period. So please bear with me as I attempt the impossible. The sudden murder of George has forever traumatized us. You may see us cry, but the full extent of our pain and trauma will never be seen with the naked eye. The heartbreak and hurt goes far beyond any number of tears we could ever cry. Words simply cannot express the pain, anguish, and suffering that our family and friends have endured since George's murder. It has been truly unimaginable, but not as nearly unimaginable as the defendant's decision to take the life of a human being with no regard for the effect it may have on others. Although Chauvin will be sentenced today and spend time in prison, he will have the luxury of seeing his family again, talking to them, and he will likely get to spend time with them upon his release. These are all luxuries that my young cousin Gianna was robbed of when Chauvin made the active decision to kill our father. There will be no more birthday parties, no graduations, holiday gatherings, or other family celebrations. The laughter, hugs, guidance, advice, sense of security, and those opportunities to simply say I love you are forever gone. They say time heals all, and while I generally believe that saying, it's challenging to do so given these unfathomable set of circumstances. Before I conclude, I must highlight a few things. George's murder, this trial, and everything in between has been tragic and devastating. Our family is forever broken, and one thing we cannot get back is George Floyd. It is the request of my family that the maximum penalty for the crime for which the defendant was convicted be imposed. On behalf of my family, friends, community, and supporters, I wish to express my sincerest gratitude for allowing this opportunity of expression. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, first, just for the record, this wonderful lady standing here is a Hennepin County victim advocate.
Ms. Boswell is well known to the court.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
And so, Your Honor, we'll next hear from the brother of George Floyd, Mr. Terrence Floyd.
Okay, we populate.
Now, Mr. Floyd, if you could state your full name, spelling each of your names. State your full name, spelling each of your names.
Yes. Terrence Floyd, that's Terrence, Floyd, Floyd.
Go ahead.
I'm here, represent my brother. I'm from New York. On May 25th, 2020, my brother was murdered, everyone knows, by Derek Chauvin. The facts of this case were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and 3 guilty verdicts have been rendered. This situation has really affected me and my family. Any family member that has went through this, we are part of a fraternity of families, and it's not one of those, fraternities that you enjoy. I just, over this last year and months, I actually talked to a few people, and I wanted to know from the man himself why. What were you thinking? What was going through your head when you had your knee on my brother's neck? Why when you knew that he posed no threat anymore, he was handcuffed, why you didn't at least get up? Why you stayed there? A month
before my brother was murdered, I was on the phone with him, and we had a long conversation. And as I looked at the video of my niece, the last conversation me and my brother had was he wanted to have play dates. He wanted to plan play dates with Gianna and my daughter. And we started setting it up. That can't happen. And I have to, my daughter's still young, but I still have to explain to her because this is history. This is a case everybody knows about. So she's gonna find out, and I'm gonna have to explain that to her. And I think that's, to me, harder than even just standing here. That I have to talk to my daughter and tell her, you know, about her niece, about her uncle, about the situation. That's basically reliving it all over again, years down the line. I'm here on behalf of my family, on behalf of me and my family, we seek the maximum penalty. We don't want to see no more slaps on the wrist. We've been through that already. In my community, in my culture, we've been through that already. Smacked on the wrist. No. Because if it was us, the roles was reversed, there wouldn't be no case. It would have been open and shut. We'd have been under the jail for murdering somebody. So we asked for that same penalty for Derek Chauvin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the final victim impact statement for the state will come from George Floyd's brother, Floyd.
For immune system.
And sir, if you could begin by giving us your full name and spell each of your names, and I have permitted you to use your phone because you have notes on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you may proceed when you're ready. Giving us your full name first.
Floyd, spelled Philonise, last name Floyd, Floyd.
And you may proceed.
One year ago, May 25th, my brother George was murdered by Derek Chauvin and his co-defendants in broad daylight with a knee to his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. I was a trucker, and immediately my life changed forever. I began to speak to the world for George from the United Nations, Africa, Canada, Japan, and so many other countries. Every day, I have begged for justice to be served, reliving the execution of George, while others begged and pleaded for Officer Chauvin to simply just allow George to take a breath. I haven't had a real nice sleep because of the nightmares I constantly have hearing my brother beg and plead for his life over and over again. Even saying, "They're going to kill me. Please, officer." Screaming for our mom. I have had to sit through each day of Officer Derek Chauvin's trial and watch the video of George dying for hours over and over again. For an entire year, I had to relive George being tortured to death every hour of the day, only taking naps and not knowing what a good night's sleep is anymore. I've been lifting my voice tirelessly every day so that George's death would not be in vain. Honorable Judge Peter Cahill, I thank you for allowing me to share this today. George's life mattered. So my family and I, most of all, my niece, Gianna. My niece, Gianna, she needs closure. I'm asking that you please find it suitable to give Officer Chauvin the maximum sentence possible, charge that he has been found guilty for. My family and I have been given a life sentence. We will never be able to get George back. Daddies are our daughter's first love. He would never be able to walk Gianna down the aisle at her wedding, attend those magical moments of her life like a daddy-daughter dance, sweet 16 party, seeing her out for prom graduations, and she would never be able to have any personal memories with her father. With a smirk on his face and children present, Officer Chauvin used excessive force and acted against his training. Chauvin had no regards for human life, George's life. I stand before you today asking you to please help us find closure by giving Chauvin the maximum sentence possible, making sure he does his time consecutively without the possibilities of parole, probation, or getting out early for good behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now to everyone else's point, I do see in the larger collective conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here today, of course, for sentencing, gives us an opportunity to speak about other matters that I think are involved in sentencing and where we are in the criminal justice system, in the processing of this case. As a member of an elected office, representing the people of the state of Minnesota, as well as people of the local community, I want to say a couple of things. And first of all, I want to really thank some of the police officers in the Minneapolis Police Department who, under great pressure, great stress, and to some extent at peril to their occupations, what they've devoted their life to, stuck to their oath and their commitment as police officers to speak openly and honestly about policing and the training that is given and received by police officers. Those officers didn't hide behind a blue wall. They came forward, they told this court and those jurors what they knew about training and responsibility. And I think they deserve recognition and credit for that. I would also like to thank members of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Those agents get called in, great sacrifice to their personal lives whenever things happen.
Out the trial and exhibit remorse up until now. I think any comments he makes at this point will be serving to create a different or shape further narrative in the
organizer, if the truth be told. But I have to tell you,
I think above and beyond the call of duty, and I want to thank them for doing that on behalf of the whole prosecution staff. Your Honor, I want to thank the family, the loved ones, the friends of George Floyd. They have been through so much more than families involved in murder cases. He's right. It's a fraternity you don't want to be part of. But they've been through so much more because of the pandemic and because of security, safety precautions that we've had to take. They have been through a lot. At a time when they try to grieve, like everybody does for the loss of someone, they are going through so much more. And I want to thank them, all of them, the family. The court saw a testimony from Floyd, Courtney Ross. These are people who are trying to deal with their loss, but they have to do it in a very public way and under very trying circumstances through no fault of their own. So I thank them. They have all been models of grace and understanding. And it's really remarkable, quite frankly. I'll, I think, come back to them again in a little bit. Your Honor, we have submitted a sentencing brief. I would incorporate that. I guess I would incorporate my comments today into that memo. But I do think there are things that I want to bring out today in my arguments. For hundreds of years, the court had discretion in sentencing. It was the trial court's decision on what a sentence should be. The recognition that the trial court sat through the trial, watched the evidence, and saw how it affected people, informed the court's discretion. When the legislature passed the guidelines, in a legitimate attempt to try and even out sentences, they defined certain presumptive sentences, as we all know, for typical crimes. For each crime, the typical crime. But they did not remove discretion for sentencing judges. They recognized that nobody is better suited to decide whether this is the typical case represented by that guideline's presumptive sentence, or if there are reasons why this is worse than that. And it gave, and the guideline still gives this court discretion when there are aggravating factors to give a more serious sentence than what the guideline's presumption calls for. And as you know, we are asking you to do that today. As this court found, there are 4 aggravating factors that we have identified. They go beyond a list of just what those factors are. We have not just done our homework and found a list. The court made good findings, detailed findings about those factors. And we think they justify a greatly increased sentence. This is not the typical second-degree unintentional murder. And our state has said that, and very recently, even 1 aggravating factor is sufficient to go twice the top of the range. Here we have 4. The first one that the court found is an abusive position of trust and authority. And the court specifically found that when Mr. Chauvin was acting as a police officer, he had a position of trust and authority. That is certainly true. We trust police officers. We trust them when we need help. We call them for help. We trust that they're going to take care of the problems that they are assigned to deal with, right? We trust them. We also give them great authority. We give them great power. We give them power to use force that individuals would be prosecuted for using, right? We give them authority to arrest, to detain. And with great power, of course, comes great responsibility. So they're not sent out there by themselves to do this. They're given substantial training. This court saw all of that through the trial, in general and in specific to Mr. Chauvin and the other 3 officers. They're given training on the use of force, the proportional use of force. The force used has to be warranted by the threat. They're given training on de-escalation because we recognize that police officers are called in when people are not having their best day, when people might be affected by mental illness, drug abuse, any number of issues. They're just having a bad day, and they're trained for that, and should be. And they're taught how to use that to de-escalate and control a situation. They're taught medical intervention. They're taught to provide medical attention to people who need it. Being a police officer is a difficult job. We ask a lot of them. It's a profession, there's no doubt about it. But we give them a substantial amount of training and most officers do it right. This case wasn't about police officers, all police officers. It wasn't about policing. This case was about Derek Chauvin disregarding all that training he received and assaulting Mr. Floyd until he suffocated to death. One of the things that you heard, Your Honor, and the jurors heard that can really encapsulate, I think, a very important issue here. 7 words: in your custody, it's in your care. And it's a real simple mantra. It's a real easy thing to remember. You're going to take custody of somebody, you have to provide care. You have to do it in a caring way. You can't simply disregard their care. Mr. Chauvin abused his position of trust and authority as a police officer by doing just that, just disregarding all his training. It was an abuse of that because what did he decide to do? We often are forced in this, criminal justice system to infer people's state of mind by their conduct and their statements. What was Derek Chauvin's end game here? What was the plan? It seems apparent the plan was hold him down until we can dump him in an ambulance and no longer have him be our problem. You recall he said to Charles McMillan, "He's a big guy, might be on something." That's it. He held Mr. Floyd down as Mr. Floyd begged for his life. He had the other officers help in that regard. And rather than doing the simple expedient of putting him on his side, he said, "Yeah, He was dismissive to that duty of care. We trust that arrestees will be treated with respect, reasonable force, and that their medical needs will be addressed." I'm paraphrasing from the court's findings. That trust was violated. We trust that they will use their authority reasonably, and this was a particularly egregious abuse of that force. Again, paraphrasing the court's findings. The typical second-degree murder does not involve that extent of abuse of a dearly held position of abuse or a position of authority and trust by the community, by individuals of the community. Your Honor found that Mr. Floyd was treated by Mr. Chauvin with particular cruelty. I think tortured is the right word. We know that, we've all seen it. Mr. Floyd did not want to be in the back seat. That's it. That's the rub. It was the need to get him in that back seat no matter what. And we all saw that once he was pulled out of that back seat, he calmed right down. He even willingly went down to the ground. "I'm going down," he said. And he went down to the ground, not fighting, not punching, and he was placed initially on his side. He's already handcuffed. He's placed on his side in the recovery position, like he should be, because he's trying to breathe, and then quickly placed prone on the ground, face down. Mr. Chauvin put his left knee on George Floyd's neck, his right knee on George Floyd's back, face down on the pavement. Had Officer King sit on Mr. Floyd's waist area, and had Officer Lane hold his feet down. You can even see Mr. Floyd trying to pull his feet up. We all are going to fight to breathe. Everybody knows that fear when you all of a sudden realize you're having trouble breathing. It's just innate, right? We want to survive. We know we have to breathe. And there's an automatic reaction when you begin to feel like that is threatened. And when you begin to feel like that is threatened. And you can see Mr. Floyd going through that. He tries to pull his feet up. But he's held down by these 3 officers while Officer Tao is looking on. Later, of course, goes to keep the people who want to help away. He's placed face down on this pavement so harshly that it rubs the skin off his face. He has injuries to his face from being face down on that pavement. He has injuries to his knuckles from just trying to lift himself up. And he's telling Officer Chauvin, I can't breathe. I'm dying. And Mr. Chauvin's response was, uh-huh. And all this time, I mean, imagine what Mr. Floyd is going through. If you're going to talk about particular cruelty and torture, really try to appreciate what he's going through. He knows he's suffocating. We all know that feeling of not being able to breathe enough. And he's begging, he's pleading, and he's being ignored. His concerns are being dismissed by somebody who has taken custody but not cared. And he was kept in that prone position for 9.5 minutes and was suffocated. There's just no other way to say it. That's particularly cruel. That is more cruel than a typical second-degree unintentional murder. Significantly more. This is not a momentary gunshot, punch to the face. This is 9.5 minutes of cruelty to a man who was helpless and just begging for his life. This court found that there were children present, standing only a few feet from these officers. These children, who were ages 17 and one child age 9. Why is that an aggravating factor? Well, I think everybody can figure that out. Right? It's particularly bad to commit a crime in front of children. We've heard a lot of academia about the development of the young brain and how long it can take. And here you got a couple of teenage girls and a 9-year-old girl. How are they going to process this? Standing feet from a man being suffocated by police officers. Such a stark sight that one of the children even says, we got to call the police on the police. How do you process that as a 9-year-old? We've all seen, if you haven't, you really need to. Look at George Floyd's face. As he's dying, he's suffering. The children have to watch this. But not only that, it's police officers, and there are people around them wanting to help. And at one point, and sure, they got upset. And at one point, Mr. Chauvin points his mace, grabs his mace to keep him back. How does a child look at that? There's another officer screaming at them to get back. The typical second-degree unintentional murder doesn't involve children standing feet away, watching a 9.5-minute suffocation of a man begging for his life. This court also made a finding that the defendant committed the offense with the involvement of 3 or more other persons. Lane and King were involved directly in the restraint, and that Tao kept the bystanders at bay. I've already talked a little bit about Lane and King's role in holding Mr. Floyd down. They recognized that he was pulseless, that Mr. Floyd was pulseless at one point, and yet really made no effort to take care of the person in their custody. Officer Tao watched most of the suffocation and then only went over to keep people from giving help. One person who is identified as a medical trained firefighter for the city of Minneapolis, and that was dismissed. Like, are we going to believe her? So they kept trained medical people from providing help. These were all uniformed peace officers, adding to that abuse of trust and authority. I know the defense has asked the court for probation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time arguing that. It's so outside of the realm of, I think, real possibility. This is a murder. I understand some of the arguments made on behalf of Mr. Chauvin. I understand, well, no, I can't understand what his family members and friends are going through. I can't. But it's certainly not enough for a departure to probation for a second-degree murder. We believe, Your Honor, that these 4 aggravating factors and the findings that the court has made certainly justify an upward departure because there are 4 of them, not standing alone, but in a sense, not overlapping, but coming together to show this is not the typical second-degree murder. This is egregious. And this justifies a double upward departure. From the top of the box, which is 180 months, we're asking the court to do a double departure, recognizing all 4 factors, to 360 months. As I mentioned before, Your Honor, this is sentencing. This is the time for victims, right? This is the time for the loved ones of the victim and the community to have a say. Again, I commend this family. I commend all of the loved ones, the friends, the people that have been involved in this case for tolerating and being gracious. None of this, of course, can bring George Floyd back. That's very true. But this is the time for our criminal justice system to say, we hear you. This is the time for their criminal justice system to say, we recognize that this harm you're going through is real, and while we can't feel what you're feeling, we know we can do what your criminal justice system should do and recognize the severity of this crime and reflect that in the sentence to be given. It's time for this criminal justice system to say, we recognize this is more serious than a typical second-degree unintentional murder. The 4 reasons the court found reflect that and give this court more than an adequate basis to do that. Your Honor, we ask the court to impose a sentence of 360 months, commitment to the Commissioner of Corrections. As you know, Your Honor, there are no fines in murder cases. And we would ask the court just to reserve the issue of restitution. We can clarify that with the family and present that to the court for 30 days. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the defendant's mother, Carolyn Palenti, would like to address the court.
If you could state your full name, spelling each of your names, and proceed when you're ready.
Carolyn, Carolyn, Palenti, Pawlenty. I am the mother of Derek Chauvin. I am here to speak on behalf of my entire family. On November 25th, 2020, not only did Derek's life change forever, but so did mine and my family's. Derek devoted 19 years of his life to the Minneapolis Police Department. It has been difficult for me to hear and read what the media, public, and prosecution team believe Derek to be an aggressive, heartless, and uncaring person. I can tell you that is far from the truth. My son's identity has also been reduced to that as a racist. I want this court to know that none of these things are true and that my son is a good man. Derek always dedicated his life and time to the police department. Even on his days off, he would call in to see if they needed help. Derek is a quiet, thoughtful, honorable, and selfless man. He has a big heart, and he always has put others before his own. The public will never know the loving and caring man he is, that his family does. Even though I have not spoken publicly, I have always supported him 100% and always will. Derek has played over and over in his head the events of that day. I've seen the toll it has taken on him. I believe a lengthy sentence will not serve Derek well. When you sentence my son, you will also be sentencing me. I will not be able to see Derek, talk to him on the phone, or give him our special hug. Plus the fact that when he is released, his father and I most likely will not be here. Derek, my happiest moment is when I gave birth to you. And my second is when I was honored to pin your police badge on you. I remember you whispering to me, "Don't stick me with it." Derek, I want you to know I have always believed in your innocence, and I will never waver from that. I have read numerous letters from people around the world that also believe in your innocence. No matter where you go, where you are, I will always be there to visit you. I promise you I will stay strong, as we talked about, and I want you to do the same for me. I will do what you told me to do, take care of myself, so I will be here for you when you come home. Remember, there is no stronger bond or love than a mother's love. One final thought I want you to remember. Remember, you are my favorite son. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It is my intent that my remarks this afternoon be quite brief. I do not intend to relitigate the facts of this case, nor spend any substantial time looking at the law. The court is very familiar with the facts of this case, and the parties have fully briefed the court relevant to the sentencing factors. And we recognize that in any case, any sentencing that comes before the court is tasked with a difficult job. The court must craft a sentence that serves the interests of justice, a rather nebulous term. The court must take into consideration the victim impact, public interest, as well as the circumstances and the history of the defendant. And in this case, more than any other, that likely any of us have ever been involved in, that task is exceedingly more difficult. In my remarks today, I just wish to briefly address each of those three considerations, starting with the public impact. As I believe we are all cognizant of, this case is at the epicenter of a cultural and political divide. We tried to keep a lot of that out of the courtroom during the trial and make this case about the facts. But we recognize what has happened as a result of this case. There are a great number of people who will view any sentence you pronounce as overly lenient and insufficient to satisfy justice. But there are an equal number of people who will view any sentence you pronounce as draconian or overbearing. Either way, some percentage of the public will view your sentence as a miscarriage of justice. The intensity of the public interest in this case cannot be understated. I trust that the volume of correspondence that each of us has received from the public at large is indicative of these very sentiments.
About what you...
On both sides. As I was informed just yesterday, the Attorney General's office established a website, web submission, to accept community impact statements. Again, in my understanding is in a little over 2 weeks they received over 1,000 submissions. Again, on both sides. By my very best estimate, since my representation of Mr. Chauvin began last summer, I would estimate that I have received over 5,000 emails, over 1,000 voicemails, and hundreds of handwritten letters. Again, from both sides. And I expect that Your Honor has likewise been inundated with public comment and scrutiny. The impact that this case has had on this community is profound. It goes far beyond what happened on May 25th of last year. It has been at the forefront of our national consciousness, and it has weaved its way into nearly every facet of our lives, from the entertainment that we consume to the presidential politics, from protests to conspiracy theories. In the end, it is my sincere hope that when this proverbial dust settles, the community impact brings forth principled debate and civil public discourse, and ultimately leaves a positive effect on the city of Minneapolis, the state of Minnesota, and the United States. But nevertheless, while this court may consider the community impact, it is for these very same reasons that the court must turn to the foundational legal principles and remember that justice is blind. Law is built on reason and common sense, and it cannot be permitted to be assailed by public opinion. Some impact. The death of George Floyd. The death of George Floyd was tragic. He is loved by his family members. He is loved by his friends. And his death is justifiably mourned by those whose lives he impacted. He is a son, a brother, a father, an uncle, and a friend of many. And as the court heard today, the impact and the loss of his life, simply just, it can't be simplified. And it will take time. Finally, Your Honor, the court must take into consideration, just like it has to take into consideration the aggravating factors, it needs to take into consideration the mitigating factors. And the mitigating factors as set forth by the sentencing guidelines really point to the TROG analysis, essentially, ultimately in this case. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, again, arguing for a probationary sentence. That's briefed. But that being said, when we look at the trial factors, who is Derek Chauvin? Derek Chauvin spent 19 years as a Minneapolis police officer. He loved being a police officer. I was contacted during the course of my representation and have had numerous conversations with his fellow police officers or fellow police officers that worked with Derek, some retired, some still active. And they told me that he was a solid police officer, that he did his job, that if somebody asked him to do a particular task, he never complained, he did it. One person told me that one of his sergeants told me that if I had asked him to dig a ditch for 8 hours, he would have picked up a shovel and he would have never complained for a second. He would have done his job. He was decorated as a police officer. Multiple life-saving awards. He was decorated for valor. He was proud to be a police officer because what he liked to do was help people. And as the statistics show, the vast majority of police work is helping people. He was proud to be a Minneapolis police officer. He served his country as the United States in the United States Army. And he too is a son, and a brother, and a father, and a friend. He too, his life, the life he's lived, he's not coming into this as a career criminal with 6 points, 5 points, 4 points. He's coming into this never having violated the law because he lived an honorable life and he attempted to live an honorable life. Derek Chauvin was not even scheduled to work on May 25th, 2020. He volunteered because there was short staffing at the time. I know from numerous conversations that I've had with Derek that his brain is littered with what ifs. What if I just had not agreed to go in that day? What if things had gone differently? What if I never responded to that call? What if, what if, what if? The truth of the matter is, and the end result is that we are here after a jury verdict, finding him guilty of these offenses, and the court's consideration should not only be focused on the aggravating factors, but the mitigating factors as well. The Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission was established for a reason. And yes, the court in circumstances like these has discretion to go beyond and aggravate a sentence beyond the presumptive sentences established by the sentencing guidelines. But the sentencing guidelines don't differentiate between second-degree murders. Someone robs a liquor store, a police officer is involved in an incident, and a person dies in police custody. The law presumes, the legislature presumes, that the sentencing guidelines, as established, is a sufficient penalty for all of the second-degree murder categories, or cases you would see. Those sentences, those people, there were more than that, the people who had a 0 criminal history score, more than 90 people were sentenced. 67%, or 60 of those 90 people, received a guideline sentence of 150 months. So 2/3 of all people in this same position received a guideline sentence. 20% received an aggravated sentence, 18 of the 90, and 13% or 12 individuals were granted mitigated departures. So if the legislature and the intent of the sentencing guidelines is to eliminate sentencing disparity, the law should presume that the guideline sentence is what is appropriate in this case. Judge may take into consideration at this point those aggravating factors, but you have to counterbalance them, which is the goal of the law, with the mitigating factors. I know that this has been an incredibly difficult case for the Floyd family to have to
Certain, not pretty sure.
What's the difference?
to endure. The state of Minnesota, likewise, the prosecutors in this case have endured quite a bit, as has Mr. Chauvin's family. This is a case that has changed the world to some degree, and I hope it's positive. But it's my hope that the court follows the sentencing guidelines, applies the law in a reasoned manner, and imposes a just sentence.
Actually, Mr. Chauvin, would you join Mr. Nelson at the lectern? Mr. Chauvin, this is your opportunity if you wish to give any input to the court. And so I turn it over to you and your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind. Thank you.
And I'll note that I did read your comments in the pre-sentence investigation as well.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we are going to take a 15-minute recess so that I can complete the sentencing order based on what I've heard today. And let's reconvene at 2:45. We're in recess.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ayman Mohideen in New York. We are continuing our breaking news coverage of the sentencing hearing there for Derek Chauvin. It is in a 15-minute recess after nearly an hour of testimony, impact testimony, that included members of George Floyd's family.
In my back, my neck, my hips, and joints. Easier for the family of George Floyd? What did he mean by that? Was that taking the responsibility off of Chauvin himself? Another surprise, of course, was his mother saying, I am
unbelievable. I mean, you think about all the little kids that you know, your own children, just saying, my dad used to help me brush my teeth. I mean, that's how little kids process, the people in their lives, the hugs, the snuggles, the jokes. Like, I want to play games with my daddy. I ask about him every day.
At the courthouse, and we've been listening through a speaker here, and they've been reacting as we hear this sentencing unfold. And I just spoke with family over here. You guys came here from Chicago, right?
Yes, we did.
So what's your name, sir?
Willie Burton.
What's your reaction to what you've heard so far? They just took a break. I know you were not listening to the last few seconds, but former Officer Chauvin spoke very briefly. And I just wanted to get your thoughts. Why was it so important for you to be here, and what do you think will be an appropriate punishment?
I'm here today from the city of Chicago. I brought my daughter. My daughter is somebody of the autistic spectrum, and I want to make sure she feels, breathes, and knows what justice looks like and sees it from the ground level. Justice is a long process. We have to make sure our kids are partner with that process, but today is a very important step on people realistically seeing if the government and the city and the state is going to hold themselves accountable to make sure that we see what real justice looks like and not twisted justice.
So the prosecution has come back and they have said that they want to see 30 years in prison for former Officer Chauvin. The defense has said that they would want probation in time served. They're arguing that, he's already served his time and they want probation. What's your reaction to that? What do you think would be appropriate? Would you want to see on the higher end, or what are you thinking for the sentencing here?
What would be appropriate is whatever message is sent to police across the nation to make sure that they don't do this, that they understand what de-escalation looks like. If this can't send a signal to show that this doesn't need to happen again with police doing senseless killings, then the message wasn't served today in relation to the sentence.
Thank you, sir, very much for talking to us. We really appreciate
her speak about her son.
And we heard
George Floyd's brother, Philonise Floyd, speaking directly to Chauvin, essentially pleading with him, I want to hear from you. Tell me why you did what you did. I wonder what the Floyd family is thinking about what they heard from Chauvin himself. And that last little bit, it was interesting. He looked at them, he expressed his condolences, but then said that there might be more information in the future that would be of interest to you.
Yeah, very cryptic comments. I cannot imagine that that gave them any source of comfort. I can't imagine anything that was said, even by his attorney when he acknowledged George Floyd's death, that brought any comfort. I haven't heard from anybody, and I've spoken to a few people over the last few days. I haven't heard from anybody who really necessarily wanted to hear from Derek Chauvin. I don't think anybody expected that they would hear anything, but I can imagine that a lot of people wanted to know something from that family when they heard from his mother, something that kind of acknowledged George Floyd's death and suffering and the loss that his family so poignantly sort of pointed out. And you certainly didn't hear that from his side today.
And you described after the conviction and the trial, for many it was a sigh of relief when that conviction came through. And now a lot of people across the country are holding their breath to see what happens in the sentencing here. I want to bring in some others to...
The Dakota News Now first reconciliation rules. And that is precisely what Mr. Biden promised will happen, even.
And on other networks, talking about how Trump was unstable and why did he say the weird thing that he said and all of this stuff. Why did he drink the glass of water that way? How come he, lost his step going down the ramp?
That was found by this jury. So I think that they are clearly emotional and clearly hoping that this chapter, this part of what they are going through ends with justice. Clearly, the other federal charges, as well as the drive for the U.S. Senate to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, is the next chapter. They're going to leave here determined either way that the Senate do what the jury did, and that is find that the life of the George Floyds of this country matter.
Rev, can I just get your reaction to something that the defense attorney for Derek Chauvin said, which I thought was interesting only in the context because he said that because of the significance of this case, because of the way this case has now affected everything we consume, from entertainment all the way to presidential politics, that regardless of what happens, the sentencing will be viewed by some as a miscarriage of injustice. And I wanted you to respond to that. Is there a threshold where the family would feel this is justice, that anything below that is injustice?
The family has said that they want to see the maximum case. They said it both in advance of the case. They've said it once there was a conviction. They said it today to the judge. And I think that they would want to see the maximum. Clearly, anything beneath what even the state laws of Minnesota would say, given that he was convicted of murder 2 and murder 3 and manslaughter, would be not only insulting, but it would add to the danger of police feeling that they would not be held accountable. But this family, who has shown great grace and great restraint throughout these last few months, has only asked for justice. And I think what is important here, Eamon, is to remember that not only has the public felt this, as you said, the defense attorney raised the point that some will always see it as an injustice. The jury found him guilty. He was judged by a jury of his peers that said he was guilty of murder. The judge ought to answer the charge the jury has convicted him of.
Rev, I want you to stay with me for a moment. If you have to go for any reason, I completely understand that, but I do want to bring into the conversation Chuck Rosenberg, a former...
So saddened, and we can't express enough how sorry we feel for your loss, for the fact that you have lost someone who was so meaningful to you at the hands of our son. And the fact is that that shouldn't have happened. It did happen. but I want you just to understand, perhaps, that my son's a bit more than what's being expressed. But to get up, blame the media, because the media points out this, and the prosecution's too harsh, and I believe in your innocence. I mean, again, echoing what Areva Martin expressed before, this is just, I mean, don't you think the attorney should have looked and evaluated that is Eric Nelson about what she was going to say? And don't you think in evaluating that, you might have some empathy, some sympathy, some acknowledgement as it relates to what your son did? I mean, but just to get up and just say that, hey, I'm not going to be able to hug my son like I should. And the 2 days that were most important in my life was when you were born and when I pinned the badge on you. But you know what? When you pin the badge on your son, 19 years later, he actually committed an act which is so atrocious, offensive, and inhumane that it affected and shocked us all. And so I just thought it was a lost opportunity. And if you're going to be a mom and testify for your son, I think you could have done a little better job. And I'm being as light and polite as I possibly can.
Yeah, there is fury here. In your custody, in your care, words spoken by the prosecution, by Matthew Frank. First up, though, we heard from a 7-year-old who no longer has her father. Here it is.
What do you miss most about your daddy?
Well, I ask about him all the time. And that's
you will see all manner of folks. There are people coming from all over. I talked to someone from Austin, Texas. You have white families, black families, Latino families. You've got Muslim families coming out here. You've got families from all different walks of life coming out here to pay their respects, knowing that today is the day of former Officer Derek Chauvin's sentencing.
Yeah, we're just about 10 minutes left in this break that we're told will be 15 minutes until we see Judge Peter Cahill come back, and we expect then for Derek Chauvin to be sentenced. Sarah Seidner, stand by for us. Let me come back to you, Jennifer. The defense attorney here, Eric Nelson, is asking for probation, and that that Derek Chauvin gets time served. When you ask for probation, do you do your client a disservice by suggesting or asking for something that I think most people would say that is dismissed quite easily? Are you doing a disservice to the client?
Well, it's interesting, Victor, because he asked for probation in the papers and then sort of in a backhanded way, but really he was arguing for the guideline sentence here because he knows that what you say is true. There's no way this judge is giving him even the low end of the guideline sentence, much less probation. So it almost is offensive in a way. Like, really, we went through all of this, we proved all of this, and he's going to get, a slap on, talk about a slap on the wrist, right? Probation, you got to go talk to a guy once a month, your probation officer, you don't go to prison at all for this. That is not going to happen. And that's why I think really when you argued to the judge, he backed away from that and instead said guideline sentences are where it should be. That's what the legislature wants. No reference to the facts of this case, but to the law, instead saying guideline sentences are where you should go, Judge.
So beyond the probation being put aside, even the guidelines, if this judge believed, as he did, he said in May, that these aggravating factors apply, do we expect anything close to the guidelines?
So the aggravating factors under Minnesota law enable the judge to go well above the guidelines. In fact, Minnesota law says that the judge can double the top of the guidelines range, and that's 30 years. That's how we got to that prosecutor's recommendation of 30 years. On the probation point, here's how ridiculous that is. If the judge were to grant probation, Derek Chauvin would walk out a free man today. So that is not happening, and I think that was an insult to the court and a tactical error by Eric Nelson. There's a fine line between zealously representing your client, as any lawyer is bound to do, and losing all credibility with the court.
Commissioner, up to you. We just heard from Sarah.
Despite that, I can tell you that the same sentiment, the same passion, the same reasons why people have come here still remains. I want to kind of show you around what's happening here. Not a large group of people, but nonetheless, people who have come out here today to remember George Floyd's life. And this is what this area has always been, a place for people to pray, for them to reflect, also to remember the lives of other people killed at the hands of police. I've been speaking with people out here, and just moments ago, there were chants of 30 years. For many people, a high sentence is closure for them. Of course, we know that the other 3 officers will stand trial in March. But for them, this is a big day. This is a day that sort of wraps it all up. The officer that kneeled on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, the power of being in this location when they hear the verdict is something that they say can't be compared. So people are here with their cell phones out, waiting and hoping, they say, for a just verdict of 30 years, something they say will send a message to the nation.
Megan Fitzgerald in George Floyd Square for us as we all wait. Judge Cahill still in chambers right now. We expect to see him again shortly, and this sentencing will go forward. I want to bring in NBC legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, I want to get your thoughts, but especially on hearing from former Officer Chauvin's mother. What effect that may or may not have in your view.
It was definitely a very sympathetic moment for Derek Chauvin's mother, but it may not have played well with the judge, because sentencing judges don't want to hear someone get up and say how this sentencing will hurt me. I'm going to lose out because I'm losing a son. That's the kind of thing that judges might not take the right way, because it's really about either remorse or the harm that was done to the victim. So while I have all kinds of sympathy for Derek Chauvin's mom, and look, it's hard to get up there, and this is probably the hardest speaking moment of her life. For Derek Chauvin, the defense probably hopes that she didn't push the judge to think that, oh, this is just about my loss of my son, and how my son's life has changed and how my life has changed. Sentencing is really, really a challenging time for both sides. But as defense counsel, it's your duty to put every speck of information out there that may help your client that the judge would allow in.
Danny, thank you very much. We'll ask you to continue standing by as we stand by and await the return of the judge, and for this sentencing to go forward. We do want to note that we did hear from a former Officer Chauvin near the end. First time we've heard any substantial words from him. Even so, he was a bit guarded, seeming to be acknowledging an appeals process. But here's what he said in the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind. Thank you.
And again, Derek Chauvin in the courtroom just a few minutes ago before the judge retired to consider what he's heard this early part of the day and announce his final sentence against Chauvin. We want to go to Jonathan Capehart now, opinion writer for the Washington Post, host of MSNBC's The Sunday Show with Jonathan Capehart. He joins us now. What are your thoughts on what we heard from Chauvin and his offer of condolences to the family?
Well, one, Lester, it was interesting to hear his voice, since he did not take the stand in his own defense during his trial. I found it interesting that he not only expressed his condolences to the Floyd family, but looked at them to express those condolences. The cryptic nature of this new information that he says he believes will give the Floyd family, quote, peace of mind, I'm curious to know what that is. Because given the impact statements from the Floyd nephew and the two brothers, I don't see what could possibly come out that would bring them any kind of peace of mind. I believe it was Floyd Floyd who said, quote, my family and I have been handed a life sentence, which I found interesting, especially after Derek Chauvin's mother, Carolyn Palenti, said in her statement, when you sentence to the judge, when you sentence my son, you will be sentencing me. These are very powerful moments in the courtroom where you get to hear definitely the victim statements, but I wasn't expecting to hear from Derek Chauvin's mother. And so I am actually very curious to see how this plays out, especially given what Danny just said about how that might impact the judge. A very, very powerful hour or so that we've been watching, Lester.
And as you know, Jonathan, this has been seen broadly as a watershed moment in the whole issue of race and policing. But once again, Mr. Blackwell at the beginning, for the prosecution, making the point that this was not about policing. This was about one bad officer who ended up murdering someone he was trying to take into custody. So how should we be viewing whatever happens here today?
Well, I mean, I understand what the prosecution was trying to do, trying to make this a very discreet case and have it be on the facts, on the ground, following the evidence and keeping the trial focused, keeping the witnesses focused, keeping the judge focused and the jury focused and not distracted by all of the other things that were at play, the politics that got involved, and also how the murder of George Floyd fits into the larger narrative of this country when it comes to African American men in particular, and their interactions, sometimes fatal interactions with law enforcement. They, as much as they were able to keep it separate there in the courtroom, out in the court of public opinion, they are intricately linked. The nation was watching nervously when the verdict came down because of viewing the Chauvin trial as part of the larger narrative. Today, even though those words were said again in the courtroom, the nation is going to be watching to see that one hurdle was reached, and a white police officer found guilty for murdering an unarmed black man. Now, how much time will that former police officer serve for killing that unarmed black man? And if there's one thing that Eric Nelson said that I agree with, no matter what sentence the judge hands down, there will be people on all sides of this issue who quite possibly might not be satisfied.
Most watching at home or in the workplace, but some are watching from across that courtroom. That's where we go to Gabe Gutierrez.
Accountability. Yes, people are calling for maximum, and you see that a lot on social media, but I don't really know that that's going to be a cure and it's sort of going to sort of satisfy people in the way that maybe you hope it will.
And you touched on this. We've seen a lot of reactions so far to Derek Chauvin's mother, Carolyn Palenti, and we actually have video of that moment when she was speaking, and this is the close-up on Chauvin. And during the trial, people noted that he didn't respond emotionally very much. But we did see, as his mother was speaking, those tearful moments on her behalf. We saw him close his eyes for a period of time, but very mixed reaction from people on what she said, the substance of what she said, and many accusing her and Derek Chauvin himself having more remorse for her son than for the Floyd family. That's what we've been hearing from a lot of people.
You're certainly hearing that a lot on social media, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that later tonight. I think Sonny was absolutely right, though. I don't think she did her son any favors. I think when we saw her step up to that podium, and we've never heard her speak publicly before, we expected that we would hear something that would give us a little bit of humanity, a little window into her son. And she talked about his life and the fact that she would be hurt and harmed, but we never heard her acknowledge the Floyd family, and I think that was really, really shocking and saddening.
It's a difficult day in the courtroom there, and there have already been a number of surprises. Again, we're still awaiting Judge Peter Cahill to call the court back into session.
Compromise to a far broader social programs plan.
You can win $1 million if you just get your...
Works on all of this.
Because a black man lying in the prone position.
Yeah, and we should just note, our viewers, we're about 4 minutes behind schedule here in terms of the return of Judge Peter Cahill to give that sentencing. We finally have now a live feed coming out of that courtroom. We'll keep an eye on it once the hearing resumes. We'll take you there live. Nakima, let's talk post-sentencing here, because the Floyd family talked about what justice means for them, but also the impact of this moment in our country and where we go forward. Reverend Al talked about that briefly. I want to get your thoughts. What does not just the immediate sentencing in terms of delivering justice to the Floyd family mean, but what is it going to take, and does this set a precedence, you think, for other cases of similar magnitude?
Well, I think that a sentence of 30 years or more would bring not a sense of justice. Justice would be getting George Floyd back, which can never happen at this point, but it would bring a sense of accountability. Derek Chauvin became the first white officer in the history of the state of Minnesota to even be convicted for killing a black person. And so the fact that the jury came back with 3 guilty verdicts in that case, and now Derek Chauvin will be sentenced to prison, has already made history and has sent a message.
All right, Nakima, I apologize to interrupt. Let's go back into the hearing and listen to Judge Peter Cahill deliver his sentence.
I wanted to thank everybody for being here.
and for providing the input you did. Not just the people who were in the courtroom here, but also those who provided written statements, both from the Floyd family and his family. I've read all the impact statements that were submitted earlier and listened carefully to all the input here today. And it is truly appreciated that you took the time to stay with this case and to provide me with input. I have reviewed the pre-sentence investigation and carefully considered all the facts of the case and the law, but my comments are actually going to be very brief because most of it's going to be in writing. I have a 22-page memorandum that is going to be attached to the sentencing order. And why am I doing it in writing? To emphasize the fact that determining the appropriate sentence in any case, and in this case, is a legal analysis. It's applying the rule of law to the facts of an individual and specific case. And that is why, as opposed to trying to being profound here on the record, I prefer that you read the legal analysis that explains how I determined the sentence in this case. What the case is, or what the sentence is not based on, is emotion or sympathy. But at the same time, I want to acknowledge the deep and tremendous pain that all the families are feeling, especially the Floyd family. You have our sympathies. And I acknowledge and hear the pain that you are feeling. I acknowledge the pain not only of those in this courtroom, but the Floyd family who are outside this courtroom and other members of the community. It has been painful throughout Hennepin County, throughout the state of Minnesota, and even the country. But most importantly, we need to recognize the pain of the Floyd family. I'm not going to attempt to be profound or clever, because it's not the appropriate time. I'm not basing my sentence also on public opinion. I am not basing it on any attempt to send any messages. A trial court judge, the job of a trial court judge is to apply the law to specific facts and to deal with individual cases. And so, Mr. Chauvin, as to count one, based on the verdict of the jury, finding you guilty of unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony under Minnesota Statute 609.19 subdivision 2 paren 1, it is the judgment of the court that you now stand convicted of that offense. Pursuant to Minnesota Statute section 609.04, counts 2 and 3 will remain unadjudicated as they are lesser offenses of count 1. As sentence for count 1, the court commits you to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 270 months. That's 270. That is a 10-year addition to the presumptive sentence of 150 months. This is based on your abuse of a position of trust and authority, and also the particular cruelty shown to George Floyd. You were granted credit for 199 days already served. Pay the mandatory surcharge of $78 to be paid from prison wages. You're prohibited from possessing firearms, ammunition, or explosives for the remainder of your life. Provide a DNA sample as required by law. Register as a predatory offender as required by law. And then you will receive a copy of the order and also the attached memorandum explaining the court's analysis. Anything further from the state?
If this needs to be said, we just ask that it be executed forthwith.
Defendant is remanded in the custody of the sheriff to be transported back to the DOC or whichever custody is currently holding him. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. We are adjourned.
The judge not reading his full sentencing memorandum and getting very virtually right to the sentencing and sentencing Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer, to 22 and a half years in prison. That is less than the maximum, but certainly far more than Chauvin and his attorneys were asking for. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez right now, who is across the street from the courthouse, where we've been watching a growing crowd. I assume the word is getting there now. What's the reaction you're seeing?
Hey, Lester. Well, I should let you know this crowd is maybe on a 30-second delay from where they've been hearing, so it is just starting to spread through the crowd right now. It was quiet. People kind of taking it all in, waiting to kind of process, and I'm trying to listen for some reaction now. But the young woman we just spoke with a short time ago, Athena, you were just listening to it. So 22 and a half years, the sentence handed down to Derek Chauvin. That is 10 years more than the recommended guidelines. You just heard what the judge had to say. What's your immediate reaction?
I'm taking this as a win for my community right now. We needed this. It could have gone just so far left that there was no coming back. He said, that he's not doing this, for the public, but he knew he really, really had to. It just had to be done this way, and I'm really thankful, so thankful for my community in the world and just showing that we can't go on like this. But I also take a second back to think about all of the other people this has happened to with the knee on the neck since George Floyd. So I'm taking it as this is a small victory right now, and I'm just so appreciative. But it's going to take me a second to process it and be like, okay, you have 22 years for him. Now let's move forward with who has continued to do this after.
Thank you very much, Athena. I really appreciate you talking to Lester. And I was just starting to speak with a Minneapolis resident right before the hearing came back. And ma'am, hi, how are you? Yeah, they gave 22 and a half years, ma'am, is what they just gave him. So the word is trickling out here, Lester. Ma'am, what's your immediate reaction? Derek Chauvin sentenced to 22 and a half years in prison.
Maybe that is, he's setting an example out of other dirty cops here. It's good that it's bad what he did, but he's not shot other black men here. They say he has a criminal charge, which is true, but the police won't make a charge for it.
Well, thank you ma'am, very much for talking.
22 and a half years for this murder, which was captured on video there. So the family, I'm sure, is receiving this with mixed emotions right now, but I can tell you just in talking to people on the streets over the last year, they wanted to see this through from the very beginning, from the first this point, the sentencing, and many people are already now starting to talk about the trial of the other three officers, former officers, which will happen next year. So this is one step in a bigger step process, but in talking to people in the street with protesters who of all backgrounds who have come together, because you have to remember this case, despite the sentencing today, has already changed America in many, many ways. People of all backgrounds have come together for a common cause, and we've seen that across the country over the last year and 1 month. And so seeing this sentence, recognizing that what this police officer did was wrong and sentencing him to 22 and a half years, this is what a lot of people have been asking for, just this recognition that police officers do not always do the right thing, and that black people, particularly here in America, often have to deal with situations like this and are not, the justice does not come to them the way it does to other groups. Now, we also heard the judge in court talk about there how his decision was not based on public opinion.
Teen party, seeing her out for prom, graduations.
Hard. 2021, the story goes on, so we'll see you back here, but I'll also see you on the 5 in just a short time. Stick around for that.
"270 months, 22 and a half years. Derek Chauvin is looking like a long time in prison." Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto, and this is Your World. And minutes ago, you heard it with Martha. Derek Chauvin handed down a sentence of the judge that will keep him behind bars potentially until he's in at least his 60s. Now, there are a lot of complications and details to follow, and still more sentencing that could come down the road with new cases and other charges at the federal level. Suffice it to say, while this range was roughly expected, now we're waiting to hear the reaction from various parties, including from the Floyd family themselves, because Derek Chauvin did speak today. We'll give you the details of that. First, I want to go to Matt Finn in Minneapolis, who's been chronicling this case from the very, very beginning on how things are going right now. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Neil. Right now, peaceful in the streets. There is a semi-large crowd outside of the courthouse, dozens, if not hundreds of people. Moments ago, they were chanting Black Lives Matter, but no protests or any rioting here in Minneapolis, as we have seen before. Moments ago, inside of the courtroom, Judge Peter Cahill handed Derek Chauvin a 22-and-a-half-year sentence. The judge said that he did not make his ruling on emotions or on public demand. He said instead he based this on the rule of law. He said he's releasing a 22-page memo which will explain how he arrived at his sentencing. The big question heading into today's hearing was whether Derek Chauvin was going to speak. In fact, he did. For the first time since George Floyd's death, he never gave an interview. He did not speak during the trial. He did not testify. In fact, he was masked the entire time during the trial. Also, perhaps one of the most profound moments in all of the proceedings, Derek Chauvin's mother gave the victim impact statement. Here is Derek Chauvin and his mother.
At this time, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind. Thank you.
Derek, my happiest moment is when I gave birth to you. And my second is when I was honored to pin your police badge on you.
Thank you, Rev. Picking up our coverage here, just moments ago, Judge Cahill speaking to the pain of the family. Our colleague, the Reverend Al Sharpton, out there today with the family and previewing for us that they will be making public remarks shortly. We will, of course, take those as soon as they happen. I want to bring into our conversation Michael Eric Dyson, a distinguished professor at Vanderbilt University, and former U.S. Attorney Chuck Rosenberg. Professor Dyson, your reaction?
Yeah, well, I agree with Reverend Sharpton that it is certainly disappointing in the sense that the judge did not give the full extent of punishment to Mr. Chauvin, but he certainly did suggest that this sentence would be adjudicated according to rational principles and defensible legal ideals and not emotion. You know what strikes me, though, Ms. Nicole, is the fact that black people have to bear the brunt of white rage, of white hostility. I myself, the other day, let me apologize on this program. I was trying to be cute and clever when I was talking about MAGA, therefore maggots, not maggots. I didn't anticipate that, brothers and sisters who were white would hear it as that. So I deeply and profoundly apologize for that. But I have been hit with an onslaught of death threats and being called the N-word out of white rage for a mistake I made, for which I'm willing to apologize, certainly. And what black people are often up against is the fact that we have to be told that emotion will not judge, will not lead our, offering of justice to you. Emotion will not drive, or a statement to be made to the American public will not drive what we do legally. And yet so much emotion is directed at us. So much hatred is directed at us. So much white rage is directed at us. And when it comes time to reciprocate, I'm not suggesting that the legal system should offer an emotional, empathetic ruling. I'm saying that law itself can justifiably support African-American interests and black people's interests in this case without being said to have been an emotional decision. No, we're not going to have emotion, or we're not going to have the heartfelt stuff. We're going to stick to the principles and the rules. That bifurcation, that juxtaposition between rationality and emotionality is what often damns black people in this country. And so the white rage and hate is allowed to operate at its height while black people's justice seems to be subverted. I am gratified that the judge did not merely slap him on the wrist, did not give the minimal that was being asked, and found himself somewhere in the middle of that. But I don't think we can dismiss the other implications about rationality and emotionality that black people are often tagged.
George, let's talk about how they keep on killing those black men. Let's talk about let's talk about black men, black women. Let's talk about Winston Smith. Let's talk about why they killed him. Because black men have wisdom and we have the spiritual. Same as black women. The problem is they're afraid of the equality in this world. They're afraid to give us what we came for and we asked for. So now after this motherfucking verdict, we ain't asking for shit no more. We demanding it. We ain't knocking on doors, we're kicking them bitches open.
They're the minority.
We apologize for the language there, but, you know, we have seen the death of George Floyd, right, on the cell phone video. To me, that's way more egregious than hearing a word that you may not like. We apologize for that. But just the reaction out there, and just how emotional everyone is to this, saying enough is enough, Ariva. Your thoughts on the outside of the courtroom, really around the country, how people are processing this.
Yeah, I think people are going to need a lot of time soon. There's a lot of trauma associated with watching someone die before your very eyes on television and to see it over and over again. I had a chance to talk with the daughter of Rodney King, and she said that when your father or loved one is killed by police on camera, or in her case, beaten by police, everywhere you go, that image is played. And we heard that by one of George Floyd's brothers say that this is something that's going to live with them forever. They won't be able to walk into a bar, walk into a club, walk into an office without someone having, probably mentioning this case, maybe a video playing of this case. So that trauma is not just with the Floyd families, with the entire African-American community, I'd say even the broader U.S. community. So the reaction we're seeing from the folks outside the courtroom is to be expected. There are many people who are going to feel like this was still a slap on the wrist, even though it's 22 and a half years. There are many activists who are going to believe this is not sufficient punishment for the crime that we witnessed with our very eyes, and that more should have been done to send a stronger message that police excessive force is no longer the order of the day, and that police will be held accountable. There are others who will think that this is a big step forward. I think we just have to wait and see. The jury is still out in terms of where this country goes with respect to policing. I'm cautiously optimistic that the new Biden Justice Department, the pattern and practice investigations that they are conducting around the country will help get to the root cause of some of the systemic racism that has pervaded policing in this country. But I don't think we should all start clapping our hands and declaring victory with respect to what happened today in that courtroom in Minneapolis with this one defendant.
And we are waiting to hear from family attorney Ben Crump, who I was able to speak to during this trial, and he said,
Thank you. All right.
Allegedly hit a teen with a flashlight and allegedly put his knee on that teen's neck as well. Again, both of them still early stages, and we expect them to play out at least over the course of the next year or so, because as we know, these take a long time. And I should also note that the judge moved that federal case back, or the state case, excuse me, back for the other three officers so the federal case could play out first. They want that to take precedence for that next set of state cases because they believe that'll at least set a standard when it comes to seriousness.
All right, Omar Jimenez outside the courtroom, thank you so much. Let's discuss this with our panel. CNN's W. Kamau Bell, psychologist Alfie Breland-Noble, former acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Anthony Barksdale join us right now. Kamau, let me start with you. What was your reaction when you hear this sentence for Derek Chauvin, 22 and a half years in prison?
You know, the criminal justice system is an imperfect tool for justice. You know, I'm happy for George Floyd's family that officer goes to jail for executing their George Floyd in front of all of us, but we have to think of all the things that had to fall into place for that to happen, for him to go to jail. If Darnella Frazier hadn't been there with her camera, if there hadn't been all those Black Lives Matter protests, if there hadn't been all that pressure, if we hadn't had white Americans sitting at home during the pandemic to watch that video over and over again, I believe he'd still be an officer on the streets right now. So it doesn't necessarily give me a lot of hope about the future. And also, let's remember, the criminal justice system, other black men have been killed under suspicious circumstances since George Floyd.
Alfie, let me get your reaction.
It's hard because for every, there's this saying among a lot of black folks, you take 2 steps forward and 15 steps back. And so I think the struggle is, I don't know how you call it a victory. I mean, George Floyd is still gone. I watched the victim statement of his daughter, and it is still like ripping me apart. And so the struggle is really, I do want to listen to Jacob Blake's family member who talked about we should be not rejoicing, but we should be, glad about the progress. But at the same time, it is such a struggle, and emotionally, it's such a roller coaster for people to have to go through this day after day, week after week, and it just feels like it's never ending. So my struggle is really, how do we wrestle with this emotionally, and how do I sit with it, knowing that this man is not coming back. But I am glad that Derek Chauvin is going to prison.
Anthony Barksdale?
Not happy with this sentence. I thought it would be heavier. I don't think that it gives the message to law enforcement that I was hoping for. I do think that the DOJ being involved is more hopeful, in my opinion, but this is a message to politicians who have law enforcement under them to check their shops, be sure that these cops are being properly trained, that supervisors are supervising, and that this type of behavior is not tolerated in policing.
Ellie Honig joins us as well. Ellie.
Walking through some fields and a movie.
Floyd family, Brandon, William,
Fence,
and Gigi, who offered their testimony to the court and gave their heartfelt feelings about the impact of this horrific crime on their family. We heard for the first time from George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter. What a delightful, beautiful child. And my heart really is with the entire Floyd family as they figure out how to explain to her what happened as she grows up. The sentence that the court just imposed on Derek Chauvin, 270 months or 22 and a half years, is one of the longest a former police officer has ever received for an unlawful use of deadly force. Like the conviction of Derek Chauvin 2 months ago, today's sentencing is not justice, but it is another moment of real accountability on the road to justice. It's difficult to see anyone lose their freedom, but seeing somebody lose their life through torture over 9.5 minutes is incomparably worse. Those minutes and seconds are inerasably seared into the minds of people across the world who watched George Floyd die. Above all, the heroic people who stopped and bore witness to George Floyd's suffering and torture, who came forward a year later to testify about what they saw, and to the Floyd family members themselves and their counsel, Ben Crump, Tony Romanucci, we say thank you. The lives of everyone who saw what happened to George Floyd are forever changed. My hope for Derek Chauvin is that he uses his long sentence to reflect on the choices that he made on May 25th, 2020. My hope is that he will find it within himself to acknowledge the impact of his choices on George Floyd, his family, his fellow police officers, and the world. My hope is that he takes the time to learn something about the man whose life he took and about the movement that rose up to call for justice in the wake of George Floyd's torture and death. Today is also an important moment for our country. The outcome of this case is critically important, but by itself, it's not enough. My hope for our country is that this moment gives us pause and allows us to rededicate ourselves to the real societal change that will move us much further along the road to justice. I'm not talking about the kind of change that takes decades. I'm talking about real change, concrete change that real people can do now. I'm talking to lawmakers. At this historic moment, there is so much legislation around the country, in city councils, county boards, state legislatures, and Congress, that is still waiting to be passed. If these bills were passed, they would make the deaths at the hands of law enforcement officers less likely, would improve police-community relations, would restore trust and therefore cooperation, improve the lives of officers who want to protect and serve, and make everyone safer. Every one of these bills at every level of government is critical for helping our families, our law enforcement officers, communities, and the country heal. Above all, Congress has still not passed the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. I call on leaders and members of Congress to pass the best and strongest version of this bill that can be passed, and to pass it now. President Biden called on the Congress to pass this bill. It must be passed. Lives are depending upon it. It's just that simple. I'm speaking now to law enforcement leaders. At this historic moment, law enforcement leaders are in a position to finally put in place policy, training, mechanisms, and accountability that can build a police department that people can really trust and rely on. And the elected leaders that they answer to must support and empower these law enforcement leaders to do it. Where there is distrust between community and police, there is less cooperation between community and police. And at a moment where violent crime is spiking across the nation in major cities, we simply cannot afford the distrust. The schism leaves us all a little less safe. But
in a reversal, those are some of the toughest types of appeals to take.
So, looking at what life will be like for Derek Chauvin now, I was just mentioning, with Ted Williams, Jonathan, this idea already, for all his time in jail, he's been under watch, 23 hours of each day in a solitary cell. He's kept away from other inmates. He's allowed, I believe, an hour for exercise every day. That's it. Now, will that continue?
It may have to continue in some form. As you know, I run a prison project for older prisoners. I've spent a lot of time in federal and state prisons, unfortunately. But it's very difficult for a former officer. They tend to be put under special conditions because their lives are continually at risk, particularly for a prisoner like Chauvin. That is going to remain the case for the rest of his years. People age faster in prison, and the fastest are ex-police officers. The level of tension, the threats that they have to deal with are continual, and they're grinding. And that takes an impact on health and your mental status. Also, the seclusion used to protect these officers is itself punishing. I've had clients that have been put into segregation for long periods of time. Only 2 of those clients in my entire career came out the way they went in. Human beings need interaction. And when you're in segregation, I gotta tell you, people have no idea how quickly segregation begins to impact your mental health.
Did Derek Chauvin help his case at all with his brief remarks?
No, it was one of those rather odd statements were too clever by half. I understand if he doesn't want to make a statement to the court, but to say there's something coming that's going to be really important to you, it was almost insulting for the family. The important thing for them was the loss of their loved one. Whatever may happen with regard to Chauvin's status it sort of pales in comparison. But also for the court, it was a head start.
What do you think he meant, though, John? I'm sorry to jump on you, my friend, but what do you think he meant by that? At first I thought this juror in question, but he seemed to intimate something there the Floyd family is unaware of. So you left a lot of it.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, unless he's going to come up with an evil twin defense, I can't imagine what would materially change their view of him or the sentence or the case. Now, sometimes the defense does get information after a trial that is material, but I'm not too sure why that would have a healing effect upon the family. Those are things like juror misconduct that might be grounds for an appeal. So I have to tell you, I'm completely at sea on this one. I don't know what he's referring to, because he said that whatever it may be will bring some solace to the family. Now, the only thing that will bring solace to them is if he drops his appeal. I mean, that I suppose could bring some solace, but otherwise I can't imagine what he's referencing.
Jonathan Turley, thank you very, very much.
I want to thank the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Mike Freeman, who have been side by side with us and have done such a good job, and we appreciate their work. And I want to thank the witnesses who courageously stepped forward for George Floyd on May 25th at risk to themselves and came back a year later to testify about what they saw. And lastly, I want to thank the community for making the call for justice. That's it. Thank you very much.
Attorney General Ellison there using his moment to urge passage of the George Floyd police reform, saying this: end the cycle of inaction, saying to do it for the families, do it for law enforcement, and making the statement there that time is up. Professor Dyson, your thoughts?
Well, I think that he's absolutely right. He acknowledged the necessity to address this in a legally responsible fashion. The judge was loath to send a message, understandably so, as an arbiter of a justice system that shouldn't be influenced either way. And yet, as a prosecutor, I think Mr. Ellison is speaking in behalf of the people of Minnesota, and speaking more particularly in behalf of George Floyd's family and the interests of that family and the interests of all of those who are concerned about justice. And so he's absolutely right. Time's up, time to get moving forward, time to address these issues across the board. We know that this is but a small index of a larger, if you will, overture toward really reckoning in a conclusive fashion with these injustices that have mercilessly piled up on the backs of Black people and other minoritized people in this nation. So I think if we had more attorneys general and more prosecutors and DAs like Mr. Ellison, we would be, in a far better situation in this country to address the systemic inequities that prevail in our legal system.
I want to tell our viewers two things. We are going to hear from the Floyd family very shortly. We are waiting for them to make their way to the microphones. We are also waiting for a live report from our colleague NBC's Megan Fitzgerald, who's in George Floyd Square for us. Let's just watch this picture for a moment and see if they are close to starting. We don't want to miss any of this. So this is the Floyd family making their way to the press conference, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
You know what?
Just say that right off the bat.
Be easy for what we all saw. He did not deserve to be an
waiting for the sentence to come down. Very emotional. This square, as we've said, has reopened to foot traffic and to cars to come through here. But the sentiment here still remains the same. Just behind me here, this is the location of where George Floyd died. And so it was important for people to come here today, to be here for what many people call closure. They wanted to just understand how this was going to end. Obviously, they were rejoicing in the streets here when Derek Chauvin was convicted on all 3 charges, and today they said they wanted him to get the maximum sentence. They wanted 30 years. So I want to actually kind of bring you around here, because it was in this parking lot here, in this now that's turned into more of the memorial here. This is where people were gathered, watching on their phones, waiting to hear what the sentencing was going to be, and there was some disappointment here. Some people wanting him to get the maximum sentence, but another person said, look, 22 and a half years is something. It does send a message that Black people, as she said, can't be killed by police, and for the police to just get away with it. So certainly a lot of mixed emotions here, but Emotions, nevertheless, Nicole, still running high.
Megan, I saw your live shot from a few moments ago, and there were more people there. Did they go to try to watch this press conference? Did they mostly disperse? Where did they go?
You know, some people wanted to go watch the press conference, and they were asking if George Floyd's family would be coming here. Then other people just kind of made their way and went back to their house. But there's always, every time we speak with people, there's always different reasons for people being here. They say that this area here is sacred ground. It's an opportunity for them to remember George Floyd's life. Coming here, it's so real to them because as the nation watched that video, that 9 minutes and 29 seconds, so it's certainly hard to describe when you're here in the exact location where that happened. And so it was important for people to come here today, to be here, and to show support not only to George Floyd, but for his family. Nicole.
Megan, thank you so much for your reporting from, you know, really the scene of the crime for which Officer Derek Chauvin was today sentenced to 22.5 years. As we wait for the family to speak, let's see if they're getting underway right now. Let's listen in. Professor Dyson, to our comments earlier that this family has been so public, you can almost see recognizable faces as they figure out, you know, who will speak first. Tragically, they've been through these public rituals so many times.
That's absolutely right. And the repetition of that ritual is ever more grievous to them. But in spite of that, they continue to elevate, they continue to articulate noble principles and aspirations after which we should all strive. And they remind us that
has to count one.
And the family of Dante Wright is with us. This verdict and this sentencing is the longest sentence we've seen, but it is not justice, because George Floyd is in a grave tonight, even though Chauvin will be in jail. So let us not feel that we're here to celebrate, because justice would have been George Floyd never have been killed. Justice would have been the maximum. We got more than we thought, only because we have been disappointed so many times before. 22.5 years is longer than we've ever got, but shorter than what we should have gotten in the past. Let us remember, a man lost his life. This is not a prayer of celebration. It's a prayer to thank God for giving the strength to this family and those activists that stayed in the streets to make sure this court had to do what was right. Let me repeat for those in the back, because those are the ones that marched, that this is the longest sentence they've ever given, but it is not justice. Justice is George Floyd would be alive. Amen. Justice is that they would have been doing this. Had they done sentences like this before, maybe Chauvin would not have thought he would have gotten away with it. So let us remember the people that you castigated and attacked that marched in Minneapolis and that we marched all over this country and wouldn't stop. And we're not going to stop. One sentence does not solve a criminal justice problem. The United States Senate must show the same courage this jury showed and hold police accountable for murder and make them pay in the court of law maximum for murder. Not a token, not a donation, but full accountability for the actions that you did. Let us pray.
To me, under the guide.
Dear God, we come to the same spot we bowed at the beginning of the trial, asking you to give this family strength and give them grace And you brought us now to the end of this particular proceeding. They will say it is more time than any time in history, but we will say that history has been long underserving its citizens.
Yes.
And we humbly thank you for giving this family the strength to stand where other families didn't even get a court date.
Yes.
We remember Eric Garner today.
Yes.
We remember Michael Brown.
Yes.
We remember Jacob Blake,
Yes.
who is still with us. We remember Tamir Rice on his birthday. 19 years old would have been today. We remember Breonna Taylor.
Yes.
They never got a court date.
Never.
We did get a court date, a conviction, and some time.
Amen.
Some will say that's progress. I will say, as Malcolm X said, if you have a knife in my back 6 inches, to take out 4 inches is progress, but I still have 2 inches of knife in my back. The knife is still in our back as long as these unresolved cases are there. And the Floyd family,
Yes.
and those of us in the civil rights community, the activist community, will not stop until justice becomes a matter of federal law and no longer a news story, but the story that we know will follow. Touch the U.S. Senate to see that they must make law so that we will not have little children like George's daughter had to give a judge a statement about the value of a daddy, but they understand that all of your children matter. Yes, black lives matter because you made us all. And we'll be careful to be loyal, and we'll be careful to live up to the calling you've placed on the lives of those that serve, and careful to give your name the praise. These blessings we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Let me bring on now.
The Vice President also met with a handful of young girls who are detained by Border Patrol right now, and she met with community faith.
Who has stood with this family from day one, came even when the cameras weren't there, and has stayed with the family and other families. Let us bring, before we bring members of the family, Attorney Ben Crump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reverend Al Sharpton, for leading this family and this country in prayer as we continue to struggle to make the words of liberty and justice for all real in America. I stand here with a great legal team standing firmly with the family of George Floyd. That is Attorney Chris Stewart and Attorney Justin Miller from Atlanta, Georgia, Attorney Tony Ramanucci from Chicago, Illinois, and Attorney Jeff Storms from right here in Minneapolis. And at present, we have the brothers of George Floyd, Philonise Floyd, Terrence Floyd, and Rodney Floyd, as well as Brandon Williams. We have his cousins, Sharita Tate and Tara Brown. And we know at home praying we have his sisters, Bridget Floyd, Jaja Floyd, and LaTanya Floyd, and certainly his beautiful daughter, Chris tells me, is licking, smiling, saying that her daddy changed the world, and he will talk more about that later. And we want to acknowledge all his family. We want to acknowledge all of the people who use their voice to say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Today represents an opportunity to be a turning point in America. This is the longest sentence that a police officer has ever been sentenced to in the history of the state of Minnesota. But this should not be the exception when a black person is killed by brutality by police. It should be the norm. And so when we think about real justice would be simply that George Floyd would still be here with his family. So what we got today was some measure of accountability. And we understand that there are still federal charges pending. So as his brothers and his family ask for the maximum, we're still holding out for the maximum. That's right. We have to remember real justice in America will be black men and black women and people of color will not have to fear being killed by the police just because the color of their skin. That will be real justice. So we thank most of all the millions of Americans who raised their voice. You all raised your voices, and because you raised your voices, that is why we got the guilty conviction, and that is why we got the longest sentence in the state of Minnesota history. So on behalf of the Floyd family, we want to say thank you to millions of Americans who all said, until we get justice for George Floyd, until we get accountability for George Floyd, none of us can breathe. We can breathe just a little easier today, and we thank you for that.
Philonus Floyd, spelled P.
And this is all because of the changes to immigration policies. We saw that
City leaders in Minnesota, we now have gotten some accountability in the criminal level, but we need accountability on the policy level. So we say to the United States Senate, pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act immediately. 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 At this time, I give you one of the finest attorneys in the United States of America. I have had the pleasure of being with a team of lawyers, Reverend Al, who are second to none. And each of them work tirelessly day and night from every corner of America, working on behalf of George Floyd's family. And there is no way we could get to this point where we're at on this journey to justice without all our brothers and sisters, Pavani Ravindran, Madeline Simmons, Michelle Condo, all of those, Scott Peters, all of them who are working, Scott Madison, they allowed us to come out front to be with the family today, but they are not forgotten. And I know my brother in the bar who just did wonderful things in Louisiana with Alton Sterling, Chris Stewart, appreciates each and every one of the lawyers on our team. At this time, you're going to hear from Attorney Chris Stewart and Attorney Justin Miller.
First, let me start by saying Roxy and Gianna couldn't be here, but right now, Gianna is actually watching. She's watching live. So let me tell you, Gianna, you've done two things in this case. You started by saying, my daddy changed the world. Yeah. I want you to know you changed the world. Because today, that statement that you gave was not just powerful, but it was prophetic. You told us that his spirit is still here. That's right. And people that are doubting, people that are looking at these monuments coming up and the statues coming up of George Floyd and not understanding, you aren't understanding that his spirit is changing things. It doesn't matter who the man was. It matters who he is now. There are conversations happening between black and white that never would have happened before about policing. There are conversations happening between senators that we are pushing and urging to stand up for what you believe in. If you believe in law and order and change, then you will pass this bill because it protects everyone. Nelson Mandela once said, if you change what you believe depending on who you're talking to, you are not fit to lead.
That's right. Hey, that's right.
So we are looking for leadership. We are looking for the spirit of George Floyd, which is in every single person now. We are getting off the sidelines and realizing that if you critique policing, it doesn't mean you hate every cop. It means you want the bad cops gone. And we only will change things by leaving the sidelines and coming together in the middle, no matter what color you are. And that is the spirit of George Floyd. And yes, Gianna has changed the world. It's been an honor and a privilege standing up for this family. It's just been an honor.
First and foremost, I would like to say to the family, my condolences, my prayers from my family and from everyone in Atlanta, from Scott Masterson, Madeline Simmons, Louis Brisbois Law Firm, who put in a lot of work to help get us to the point we are today. Thank you to the family. I know that Mr. Chauvin's mother didn't have any words for the family, but we do, and I know you guys do. So to the family, I say my condolences, and I'm sorry, and we love you, and we love you. Because this is what it's about, first and foremost, love. Second thing I'll say is this. Until things like this are not national news, we haven't made it. We're still in the same place that we were 20 years ago and 30 years ago. We are all here talking about something that everybody sitting right here knew what should have happened. That's right. Yes. We knew from day one he murdered George Floyd. Yes. We all saw it. Amen. But we had to go through this for a year to get to this point where this family can have some amount of closure. A year. So I'll say this, until black and brown people in this country can get closure, can depend on the justice system, can know that when someone murders somebody in broad daylight, that they're going to be held accountable, we got a lot of work to do. And I will say to all you people, all you activists, all you people who are fighting from day one, keep working, keep pushing, keep fighting. Keep fighting. Because we have a lot of work to do in Atlanta, Georgia, and in Brookline, Minnesota, Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, I'm sorry, and in New York City, and in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and in North Carolina, and in Los Angeles, California, in Texas, in Chicago. We have work to do. So keep pushing. This is a victory, and we're going to celebrate it as a victory. But it's one small step, and we have a lot more to go. So thank you guys for being with us through all of this. Thank you guys for loving this family. And pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. ASAP. ASAP.
And now, before we get to the family, some great lawyers from Chicago, Illinois, one of the best civil rights lawyers in America, and a great lawyer who hails right here in Minnesota. I mean, without him giving us the lay of the land, there's no way we would have been able to achieve what we have accomplished. Attorney Antonio Romanucci and Attorney Jeff Storms.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Romanucci. What we saw today, what the graph intersected, the perfect apex now between civil justice and criminal justice. What we now have today, we have proof that black lives matter, that they are valuable, and that when you violate policies, you're going to pay, and you're going to pay a lot of money, and when you violate the law, you're going to get prosecuted, and you're going to go to jail, and you're going to go to jail for a long time. And those two lines cross today, and George Floyd now equals justice on both civil and criminal. But the job isn't over. It's not over until we go state to state. Reverend Al, Ben, you all said it so eloquently. We must have the George Floyd Police Reforming Bill passed. Amen. If that doesn't get passed, our justice could fall. The graph could fall. We need justice all over America. We want justice for George Floyd, the Floyd family. We continue to love you. We always will. We'll always be a part of your lives. But there are so many other families that are here today that are also suffering and require that same justice, civil and criminal. That's what matters most. Thank you all.
Not a lot to say that hasn't been said, but as a local Minnesota lawyer, I just want us to remember that we need all of you. We need the media, we need the activists, because the second we turn around and leave, we have to go back and ask ourselves, how do we get more justice for George Floyd? How do we get justice for Dante Wright? How do we get justice for Winston Smith? How do we get justice for the many families here who are regularly fought for on behalf by people like Tashira Garraway and her group, Nakima Levy Armstrong and her group, and without all of you, we don't have the energy for that fight right here. We need you all to keep turning out, and we appreciate it because it's allowed the Floyd family to get the most historic justice we've ever seen, but it's not enough.
Amen.
Thank you.
Not enough.
Don't forget
Dali.
And as we get ready to bring up the Floyd family, I would be remiss if Brandon, as we heard the sentence leaned in and whispered in my ear, I got a text from Breonna Taylor's mother congratulating us on getting some justice, the justice that she never got. And I have to tell you, Reverend Al, as Derek Chauvin's mother was standing up there making her comments, I thought of Tamika Palmer, Breonna Taylor's mother. And so it's not enough until we get justice for all of our people who have been killed unjustly. I think Breonna Taylor's with us. Right now, we're going to have you hear from some of the Floyd family members. You've come to know him. He has been speaking at the U.S. Congress, to the United Nations and everywhere, saying that we demand justice for my big brother George Floyd. He sounds like a politician, Reverend Al. Mr. Felonis Floyd.
I got a lot of emotions going through my head right now, but I just find it profound that I felt that I begged for justice for my brother, some type of accountability. The treatment that I thought that everybody should receive. It's just life, you know. You can't get that back. We all live together in this world, and we all want to be able to work together in this world. You have good police officers and you have bad ones. The fact that you shouldn't have to sort them out. The community that I grew up in, it was a lot of African American people. But the fact that Minnesota has a greater amount of Caucasian people, I still think that everybody should be the same. Everybody should be neutral. Everybody should want to make a difference and make sure that people, when they come to Minnesota, they don't think about George Floyd. They should be able to think about how great Minnesota is. Not thinking about Philando Castile, you know. His mother is still fighting. Thinking about Dante Wright. Many families I had to console. You think about Anthony McClain. He was killed. All of these people were shot in the back, most of them. The fact that I'm here and I'm still standing, and over a year later, I'm still speaking and I'm speaking out. Times are hard. I have a family, we wake up every day and we don't see my brother. Empty seats all around the house he would have been in. The fact that Gianna will grow up knowing that her father had made a difference in the world, but the fact that she cannot have a sweet 16. She cannot have him walk her down the aisle. She would not be able to have prom with the daddy dance. This is not something realistic. This is something, it's like a dream, but we all need to stand up for what is right.
All right.
All these activists and all these advocates, I thank you all. Definitely I thank you all. Because if you all didn't speak out, we wouldn't have had a lot of help. But the fact that the world, you got to think about Japan. You have to think about Germany. You have to think United Nations. You have to think Italy. I have so many different people I spoke to, Africa, all around the world, and they all think the same way. Your skin color should not define who you are. Amen. It should never be a weapon. And the fact that we're here standing today, still breathing, we're still fighting. Reverend Al always said, keep fighting. And that's something I can't stop. I want to tell Miss Carr, I love you. I know it's hard. That's Eric Garner's mom. I want to tell Breonna Taylor, mom, I love you. Pamela Turner, I know it's hard. I want to tell Pamela Turner, that's Baytown, Texas. Yeah. This is not okay. Her daughter is walking around, and I know she's in tears every day thinking about her mother. Her mother was killed in point-blank range, shot multiple times. So many different people all around the world who didn't even have this type of technology. I just want to reiterate, not just Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. We need to stand up and fight. Can't get comfortable, because when you get comfortable, people forget about you. Amen. So the legend will still live on. George is not here, but his spirit lives here. Breonna Taylor is not here, but the spirit still lives here. Eric Garner is not here, spirit still right here. But the fact that we're here fighting, I want all you all to stand up and fight. Thank you all so much.
And next we're going to have another brother of George who all the way from New York. Brooklyn, New York. In the house. And as we introduce him, it's not lost on us as Attorney Stewart and Attorney Ramanujan and I talk. It's always a journey to justice. Tony told me Laquan McDonough, who was found killed, his killer, the police officer that killed him, shot him 14 times in the back on video. 16 times in the back on video. And he was convicted of second-degree murder. And he was only sentenced to 6 years. Botham Jones, who in Dallas, Texas, was killed in his own apartment. Right. The white policewoman, Amber Geiger, was found guilty of first-degree murder, Reverend Al. Right. And she was only sentenced to 10 years. And Justin Miller, where was it?
The water, bad credit, no no.
Same conviction, shot in the back, on video, convicted 20 years. So each step, each case, we keep making progress. We came too far to stop now. We have to keep going forward. And so that's why all the energy we have in this courtroom, we have to take to Capitol Hill, and we have to join Senator Cory Booker. We have to join Congresswoman Karen Bass, Senator Tim Scott. We got to say, you all, we need meaningful police reform. That's right. So we don't have to put up with these injustices. Seem like, Reverend Al, every other week there's a new hashtag. We can stop this, America. Right. We're at the turning point. Terrence, Floyd, Brooklyn, New York.
Let me hear y'all say change.
Change.
Let me hear y'all say change.
Change.
That's right. Just like I heard y'all say change all together, that's how we're going to keep the change going together. Fight. Keep fighting. The way we got here is because of our fight and your fight together. Y'all hit the streets. We thankful for y'all. And we just, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Because I'm going to tell you a quick story. I had a dream the other night. I was in a field. I was in a field in the South with my family, and I looked back and I saw a man. I saw a man coming up, walking, and I'm trying to figure out who is that? Who is that? I look. He gets closer, and all of a sudden I see the hat cocked to the side like this. Anybody that know me know who that is. That's my father. So he got close to me, and he gave me a smile, and he gave me a hug. I woke up, that dream was so real, I woke up hugging myself. So I knew I was a little leery about the sentencing, but because of that, I knew that my father was saying, "You good? He's good. Keep doing what you're doing. For me, for your brother, for your name. Because we Floyd strong, and we're gonna stay strong."
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Terrence. Next, we will hear from the nephew of George Floyd, who's like a brother, like a son in many regards to him, Brandon Williams.
Yeah. No, it's funny that we got justice, but not enough justice. You know, I remember standing here the first day of trial in this very same spot, and we were very optimistic and unsure of what was going to happen. After seeing that video, we should have been 100% sure that we would be at a guilty conviction with a maximum sentence. When you think about George being murdered in cold blood with a knee on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, execution style in broad daylight, 22 and a half years is not enough. We were served a life sentence. We can't get George back. Gianna can't hug George again. He'll be able to hug his family possibly and see his family again. We can't get George back. So in retrospect, I feel that he should have received a life sentence as well. What kind of message are you sending to our country? What kind of message are you sending to the younger kids like Gianna? That you can kill a man in cold blood and get a slap on the wrist? That's like a slap in the face to all of us standing up here. And everybody around the world who feel what we feel and saw that video. So I won't celebrate this. I won't celebrate it at all. But I will celebrate a guilty conviction on a police officer that killed a black man, because far too many times we see them kill us and get right away with it. I will celebrate this as a victory for Miss Tamika Palmer, who I'm very, very close with.
Yeah.
I hope that Attorney Daniel Cameron out in Kentucky can follow Keith Ellison's lead and charge the cops who killed Breonna Taylor. So there are some positive things to take from this. But this 22 and a half years just isn't one for me. Thank you.
All right, Brandon. From the heart, Brandon. And we have his brother, his baby brother, Rodney Floyd from Houston, Texas, 3rd Ward.
Hey, how y'all doing? You know, I would like to thank the protesters first, the local protesters. And in this city, I would like to thank all the protesters that came out across the country to this city and standing up in their cities as well, demanding change. We all have one thing in common. We want change for my brother's case. This right here is this 22-year sentence they gave this man. It's a slap on the wrist. We serving a life sentence and not having him in our life. And that hurts me to death. And looking at his daughter, beautiful daughter, Gianna, in her video, saying the first video, my dad changed the world. He did change the world. But at the end result, he gets a slap on the wrist. My nephew just said, 22 years from killing her dad. That she can't take her to school. He can't eat lunch with her. He can't conversate with her. I know with my daughter, I love my daughter. Hugs her. We talk. This is my little best friend. And I hate to see that he cannot have that. She can't have that connection with her father. Those great conversations, those wonderful phone calls, lighting up her face, you know. And around the world, black, white, brown, we all need to come together, take our bus to the Senate, stand out there, and demand this George Floyd Act be passed, and also, as well as the act being passed. We need to stand up, put pressure on this Senate. Right. You know, and I was thinking last night, guys, honestly, we heard Obama say this plenty of times, get out and vote. We hear so many folks say get out and vote. Everybody got out and voted, marched in these streets, and we got change. We got our first black president. A lot of people came together like they did now, my brother's death, and we got this. But guess what, people? We need to take that same energy and bring that back to the Senate and demand them pass that bill. Because as we've seen Trump numerous times stand up, fussing on camera, numerous times, countless times, because he did not have the power that we thought he had to get something done. He had to call on the Senate. And we need to get out there and understand that message. Go to the Senate, put pressure on the Senate, and get these bills and laws passed for all of us. Amen. Can stand on this American flag as one. And we, us black people, need to know this American flag represents us, because we feel it don't.
All right. All right. Thank you, Rodney. And as we bring his cousin, Sharita, yeah, please understand, this is only one step in getting accountability in the criminal level. The federal charges are still pending. So I do believe that when Phalonis and Terrence and Rodney say the maximum, it is still attainable to get maximum accountability for George Floyd. 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 From his cousin, Sharita Tate.
Hello, everybody. I won't spend a whole lot of time sort of reiterating what my family has already said. I think they have spoke very eloquently about how we dealt with this last year and our thought processes as it relates to the amount of time that Derek Chauvin was given. Truth be told, I don't think any sentence would be enough, because what truly would be justice would be for us to be able to have George back. But with that being said, I'd just like to take this time to thank the countless number of people that have been supportive of us since the very beginning. I remember when we first came here and we were talking about the sentence and the trial and what potentially the outcome would be. And as we sat through the trial and watched the murder over and over again and came back with the 3 convictions, then we all waited and waited for this day. I will have to say that we didn't get what we wanted. We definitely wanted to see the maximum penalty, but however, as they've already stated, we do have the federal ahead of us, and we are hoping that we can get some real accountability with him getting a life sentence. And lastly, I just want to speak on the policing. We've had it partially, it's before the Senate, and I would just say, echo what everyone else has said, we need this passed immediately. We need to really have some true accountability across the board. Thank you.
And finally, before we take a few of your questions, we have his cousin Tara Brown from Houston, Texas.
I just want to say, my family has spoken a lot about everything that we've gone through since we started this journey. And I will tell you, it definitely has been a journey for us. And as a family, we decided that we were committed to 2 things. For sure, we wanted to make sure that we got some measure of justice for George and for the countless other families who have lost loved ones in the way that we did. And the other thing is that we were committed to making sure that we force the change that we want to see and create this legacy that will live on forever. Just want to say thank you to everybody who has supported us throughout this journey, especially the protesters and the activists who have been nonstop and relentless, and they've helped us get to this point. And the other thing is, we want to say that this bill needs to get passed, and I want to make sure that we don't stop just with this bill, but it's important that you hold your state elected officials accountable to that as well. We are also looking at the local level where they're making change. Even in our city, where we're from in Houston, there has been some changes already. Our mayor, Sylvester Turner, has banned chokehold, and we have qualified immunity is on the table. So we are keeping active, and we want to make sure that you stay in the fight. Please keep fighting. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And finally, our national leader, Reverend Al Sharpton.
We're going to open up the questions for the family and all of us. Let me say this so you're clear. If there is conviction in the federal trial, and he is convicted and the other three, that federal time can run after the 22.5 years.
Amen.
It does not have to run concurrent, which is why we're saying that we still want full justice. Secondly, when we talk about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, we know the difference, Senate, between 2 slices of bread and a sandwich. A sandwich has meat between the 2 slices of bread. Don't come down with a compromise that is 2 slices of bread with no meat in the middle. Don't put George Floyd's name, a strong man, on a weak bill. Make sure that you talk to those in the family and those of us involved in this struggle before you make any compromise. The difference between a compromise and a sellout is in the eye of the appraiser.
Wow.
And we will be part of the appraisal. Question.
And I'd like to pose a question to one of the family members who never would like to answer it.
What's the question?
During the news conference in June, last June, Attorney General Ellison issued a clarion call to the arts and entertainment community to take the mantle in seeking justice. Any one of the family members can answer why that might be important to them or why it may not.
Why? To get artists and entertainers involved. Philonis will attempt to answer your question, but we want to invite other families who are here who have lost loved ones due to police brutality to also come forward. Mr. Floyd.
Came from his own home, where for years he was unhappy with his own garage.
We became garage makeover experts, I guess, is
like a chore. She's like when your parents make you take a young sibling to the movies. That's what she acts like when she went to the border. She really didn't want to be there. Yeah. She didn't want.
Continued to say that her son was innocent and that people did not know her son was the family. And I just wondering what you thought about those comments. Condolences from Derek Chauvin and the mother saying that her son was innocent and people did not know Derek Chauvin like her family.
I just thought about it as the same thing with my brother. People didn't know who my brother was. They labeled him. The trial was all about my brother. Instead, it should have been about Mr. Chauvin. So the thing that
we're listening to
so much more. Oh, and
2.5 years was not enough, given the fact that
serves the interests of justice.
Great interest rates give us the fiscal space to make these necessary upfront investments.
Has outgrown its usual host site and will now take place at Sharapa Place. That will run from 4 to 10. So to come here on Dakota News Now, the pandemic made this tech habit a thing, as people were looking to escape by searching for a new home, but not all of them were looking for that dream home. More on that story in just a few. Hey, Austin.
Hey there, Sam. You know, it was a yet another quiet day and
You heard the same.
Good consolidation. Presumption is a breakout, as we're seeing.
That the driver who hit him knew what happened.
Decision was made. Talking to people, it's a range of emotions. Some people say this is more than what they expected. Others, a significant amount of others, saying that this is not the justice that they were seeking. They were very clear before that sentence was read that they wanted to see the maximum sentence for Derek Chauvin. They thought, they went through and they saw that tape, that Facebook video that sparked the social justice movement. They said that warranted the maximum sentence possible. I'll tell you, right after that sentence was read, I was standing right by the crowd, but I saw Jacob Blake Sr., the father of Jacob Blake, who in Kenosha, Wisconsin, was shot in the back 7 times by a Kenosha, Wisconsin police officer there. He survived that shooting, is paralyzed from his waist down. But Jacob Blake Sr. turned around, and I just saw tears in his eyes. He was emotional at what he was seeing. He is a man who has been with the Floyd family for weeks now and months now. As this trial has been taking place, he comes and supports them at different events. He is very close to the Floyd family. He might be speaking, if he's not speaking now, he was just speaking a couple of minutes ago. I got to talk to him right after that sentence was announced. I want you to listen to a little bit of the conversation I had with him and the raw emotion that you heard from him.
I don't think people understand the pain that the families that they go through, and we never get justice, man. We never get justice, man. We do everything we're supposed to do, man, and we can't find justice, man. Why does it elude us? Why does it elude us, man?
That sentiment that you heard from him, why does justice elude us? That is something it's something you heard from people here where, again, they were wanting to see the maximum sentence put on Derek Chauvin. I want to show you a sign of someone right here. You see Black Lives Matter, but this is the theme that you hear when you talk to people. You see other names there. You see George Floyd at the bottom, but you see Terrence Franklin. You see Dante Wright, who 15 minutes from here was shot in Brooklyn Center. You see Winston Smith right there. The point that you have protesters making is that, yes, they will take what they can get. They will take this sentence that is historically sizable, it's historically significant, but this sentence isn't going to bring back George Floyd. It's not going to bring back Dante Wright. They want more. They want systemic change, and that's what you heard the family talking about. That's why you hear so many people talking about that George Floyd Justice and Policing Act in Washington, D.C., and making that as strong as possible. They want something real to come from this. They got something that they can walk away with the 22 and a half years, but they want something more substantial, Nicole.
I can't let you go, Shaq, without asking you. You have covered this story for this network now since its earliest days, this first day. What do you think about what happened today?
You know, I think it's going to leave people unsatisfied. I think with the same feeling that you hear from protesters who say that they don't want, that this is not enough, that they wanted to see more. I think there was no sentence. Even if you got 40 years, it would still not be a sense of satisfaction. And I think the emotion that you saw from Jacob Blake's father there, that is truly expressive of the pain that he felt, because he thought he was going to lose his son for a period of time. But that anger, or that emotion, that sadness and tension that he felt there, that is what you feel throughout as you go through the community. I think the big point that you hear is that it's not that people aren't happy with what they see. It's not as if they can't be satisfied with anything. It's the idea that other people don't understand that there's a systemic issue, that there are bigger problems here. And it's that lack of understanding that causes so much frustration, that causes so much hurt in the community. And it's the fact that they have to deal with this over and over and over again. So, it's hard for me to say how I feel personally. It's something I personally haven't processed yet, but I think the thing that I think about is I hope this is not a situation that I'm covering a year from now or a couple months from now. I hope there is something that leads to preventing something like this from happening again, now that Judge Cahill has officially sentenced Derek Chauvin after a jury convicted him of second-degree murder.
Shaq Brewster, your coverage has been extraordinary. Thank you for spending some time with us. I want to bring back into the conversation Chuck Rosenberg. You've been looking at the written statement that the judge put out. He didn't say much in the courtroom, but he does, in that written statement, go through the aggravating factors. One of them is the cruelty of the crime. Talk about what you've seen.
Yes, I did. I read it on my phone, which, Nicole, is not the best way to read legal documents, but my sense of it is that it was careful and thoughtful. And let me explain what he did. There were 4 aggravating factors, 4 factors that the state argued ought to bring the sentence above the average for cases of this type. Those 4 factors were that it was particularly cruel behavior, that Chauvin abused a position of trust, that he committed the offense with other persons or offenders, and finally that children were present and witnessed what had happened. And while Judge Cahill said all 4 factors were present, he was only going to rely on 2 of them in order to depart upwards from the midpoint of the sentencing guideline range. And those 2, the one you mentioned, abusing a position of trust and particular cruelty. And I would urge people to read what Judge Cahill wrote. My sense of him during the trial, Nicole, was that he was careful, he was deliberate, he was thoughtful. He let the lawyers try the case. He didn't interject unnecessarily. He seemed like a very reasonable and thoughtful person to me. When you read his opinion, that's what you see. You can agree, you can disagree, you could wish that he sentenced Chauvin to more, you could wish that he sentenced Chauvin to less, but he tells you how he got there. And I think it's really important, while we pause and reflect on this one case in this one place with one verdict and one sentence and one defendant, to understand how a careful and thoughtful judge does his job. It's a very good legal opinion. Again, you may agree, you may disagree, but you can see the path to the sentence, and that's what I found so interesting about it.
And we will, Stark City read that on his phone for us while we're on the air. We'll have more time to dive into that. Professor Dyson, I want to end with you in a place where you and I started before the live events took over, and that's the family. His brothers, his cousins, cousin from Texas, every last one of them has almost an intuitive activism in them. And every single one of them coupled their personal pain, their observations about the sentence today with a call for action. And the one thing from my career in politics that I know is most powerful, a thank you to the activists themselves. Every one of them thanked the activists and called on them to press for passage of the George Floyd Police Reform Act. Where do you think that goes from here?
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, I just finished a book on black performance and entertainment, and black people became great at performance because they were forced to. The reason there is an intuitive grasp of activism is because it has been forced upon us. It has been hoisted upon us. We have been forced to grapple with what it means to be an activist. We didn't start out to be that way. Tamir Rice's mama didn't want to do that. George Floyd's family didn't want to do that, but they were forced into that position, foisted upon them by historical contingency, by circumstance. And so when you think about it, I think what they're doing is extraordinarily valorous. I think it's beautiful. I think it's ethically appealing. And it's sad at the same time that they have to carry that weight. Yeah. You know, when I think about what our good brother Rosenberg just said, you know, I think he's absolutely right, in terms of judicial description of what the judge did. But could we not say the same thing for Plessy versus Ferguson? Many of the rulings that were in defense of racism in this country were reasonable, they were rational, they were legally defensible, and yet they were morally reprehensible. I'm not suggesting by any means that this falls into that category, but just when you need critical race theory is when you don't have it. Critical race theory was invented for cases like this, for the law. It is saying that despite the ostensible neutrality and objectivity of the justice system, that even interwoven into the very character of rational deliberation is the imprint of bigotry and bias and slanting toward one end and not the other, even by using objective and neutral means. So I think the family is right. The pressure brought to bear in the larger society must continually rise up. Legal decisions will be crafted and shaped by careful men like this judge, by careful women, by careful others. But we must never forget, it's not so much the time that Derek Chauvin got. It's the time that black people lose in the process of trying to remind America that we are worthy of the best and the brightest of legal minds and the best and the brightest of American democracy, that we shouldn't have to fight for every inch of our lives and every day. So those family members are remarkable reminders of the simple valor of ordinary black people in defense of ideas that this nation claims to cherish, but often denies when extending to us.
That was driven by, in my view, like just taking a specific, there are something like 25 to 30 cases like this every year out of millions and millions of stops. And they're horrible and they're tragic, and that was the guy's going away for a long time. But we didn't spend any time really on that Puerto Rican couple.
Right.
You know, from the parade who were pulled out of their car and murdered. And I keep thinking about that one because there's so many horrible criminal acts that have been going on that the media decides is not important. It's not important. It is important when the police officer does something because of the job that they hold. They're an authority figure, and it plays into the racial elements. But when you think about, okay, if you play it through your mind and you find the very worst things, and that crime turned my stomach because you saw it. It's as bad as what we saw with the police. It's horrible. And I wonder what would have happened if the cops were there. They weren't there, and they had stopped that crime, and they had shot one of the suspects. How would the media portray that when that husband and wife are alive and the kids now still have their parents, but there is a dead suspect or an injured suspect? How would that have been portrayed? If the cop, it would be an entirely different story, and there would be, I have no idea what it would be like. I could predict that the police would not be portrayed in a favorable way.
Well, we know, right?
Yeah.
LeBron James, when he had that police officer in Ohio who shot that girl who was stabbing the other girl. Immediately it blew up as, you know, a racial incident of police violence when he saved the life of a young black girl. And so, you know, they've racialized all of these situations immediately when they come out, rather than waiting for the facts and treating each case as an individual situation, rather than, you know, smearing all police officers as being like Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, and each case is different. There aren't a lot of them, so you could if you were a journalist, you could sit down and actually read about every single case like this.
Yeah.
It'd be done in 3 weeks, and come to the conclusion that there are all sorts of variables involved, from police incompetence, right? Police brutality, substances, crowd control. All of these things play a role differently, each one of them, but the media cannot abide by that. They cannot look at the nuances. It all has to be black and white, and black versus white.
Well, there is some nuance, which I think is really interesting, between media coverage and actually public approval of law enforcement and what people want. And Eric Adams, who looks to be becoming the new mayor of New York, has already started talking about that, of New York City.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a former police officer, and there is high approval for law enforcement. People want more cops in their ears, especially black
because they've seen the reality of what happens when they're gone.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what happened, right? That there were major consequences to this narrative that, you know, basically discouraged police from doing their job all across the country. Somebody has to like pay the piper for that.
It's the white.
I mean,
it's
it
the
is
white liberal
unreal
mayor.
what happened. No, yeah, it is.
I mean, think about Portland. And think about Minneapolis.
And thankfully, the jury in this case and the way it was prosecuted for Derek Chauvin, they did isolate it. And that's what America should have done.
Right.
Said, this is what happened. This is wrong, and we need to fix it. And, you know, today we have a sentence for him. So, all right. So, here's what's coming up. Totally different topic.
We're always hoping we're going to, you know, turn over something and find someone, you know, buried there alive.
The people who have been rescued, what sorts of injuries have been seen?
Yeah, so mainly it's been crush injuries, orthopedic injuries. You know, I'm sure you've seen pictures of the building kind of pancaked on itself. So, you know, a lot of people, just heavy debris, getting pinned.
One of the things they may have to do, Jake, as a result of that, sometimes within the field, they may have to perform amputations in order to actually extricate somebody. But it's also not as simple as just lifting the rubble off of somebody if, in fact, they have been crushed or pinned, as Dr. Lieberman was talking about. The muscle, the tissue underneath that crush injury, that has died. And once you lift the pressure off, those toxins in that area can go into the rest of the body and cause a severe reaction. So sometimes you have to give an IV ahead of time, flush the body with fluids. There's all these considerations. Jake, I wish we were having the ability to talk more about those types of things, but they haven't happened, really, as Natasha mentioned. Really none of those types of rescues today, at least.
Search and rescue process obviously taking a long time. It's a delicate process. And one of the things I think a lot of people don't understand, it's very dangerous potentially for the rescuers.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the images of the building. It's over my left shoulder here. the integrity of the rest of the building is still, it's questionable. You have debris that is falling on these search and rescuers as they're moving through. They're working for 15 minutes at a time. I don't know if you can see the haze behind me, the smoke. Part of the reason they're only working 15 minutes at a time, they're carrying 80 pounds of equipment, but they're also breathing in a lot of these fumes. So there's all these things of potentially putting them at risk as well. You obviously have potential sewage leaks, power lines, all these different things. So they've done this before, Jake. Some of the rescuers and some of the trauma docs, I've actually met them before in Haiti, when we were down in Haiti, when they were doing similar sort of work down there. They know how to do this, but it makes it no easier because it's challenging, it's potentially risky, and they got to find that risk-reward sort of balance here in terms of how much they continue to do this, putting themselves at risk while trying to actually carry out these rescues.
Just a grim story there. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, thanks so much for your time and expertise as always. Let me now bring in Democratic Florida State Senator Jason Pizzo.
It means a lot to this area, whether it's
the First Alert Weather Act, because extreme weather doesn't wait, and neither should you. With over 50 years of experience, the Dakota...
Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Gather in.
We were able to get gun violence research going again. So you absolutely do see a forward focus to make sure we...
Nothing and me go hand in hand. The attorney for the Trump organization asking them, don't file these charges against us, don't file the charges against the Trump organization. Now, Fischetti says that the prosecutors in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office are kind of circling tax evasion charges potentially against the company for benefits that they provided to Alan Weisselberg, perhaps others, including the use of a company car or a company apartment, which they did not then properly document and file the taxes for. That's against the law. I don't know if I really see here a path forward where that would be the only thing that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office would seek to charge the Trump organization with. Time will tell. Obviously, we'll know by this time next week. So that is our understanding, is that this is going to be filed sometime next week. We don't know the exact timing of that at this point. Trump organization's attorneys have called it completely outrageous that they would consider filing this, but I think time will tell once we get a totality and see the fullness of the charges. Just a little bit of analysis here. The Times, in what you just read, said that they hadn't previously reported about the Trump organization could be as a potential target for charges. That's something that we had previously identified as a target for charges. You can charge the organization itself. So let's think about this. And I'm not speaking to this with any sort of direct knowledge, but just from an analysis standpoint, you could go after the company for racketeering. There are those types of charges in New York. You could go after them for conspiracy or involving a scheme if this was part of a pattern in practice. And as you know, well, Nicole, we spoke about this when I interviewed Jennifer Weisselberg. They were looking at other apartments that may have gone, and she's the former daughter-in-law of Alan Weisselberg. They were looking at apartments that were given to her and her then husband. So I think that this is probably going to be a little bit broader than that. But again, time will tell. The only thing we know for sure is that the Trump organization that is the heart of the Trump family business and former President Trump's business is expected to be charged next week.
Of
the weekend of seeing some showers. Now, this is 11 p.m. tonight, and again, very scattered in nature, and even Tyler tomorrow morning around 9. Again, not much.
Yeah, we'll cover a few breaks in the clouds every now and again, but again, really kind of during the afternoon hours, we see some of those pop-up showers and storms, kind of weekends at night, and we see some redevelopment during the afternoon.
Of course, the heating of the day, and that's what we want to point out too. Not everyone is going to see rain, and what the radar is going to look like is not exactly what the models are showing, but it gives you an idea of the kind of the scatteredness of the showers and storms. But it's looking like, obviously,
There's trouble in paradise. Biography, history.
Yost explores the SAM On Demand program and its goals. That's on our website right now.
Let's get one last check on our weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Trobeck. Jay, what do you say?
Dan, some spotty showers west of Sioux Falls are moving in the southeasterly direction. Not heavy, possible exception down in northwest Iowa tonight. We could get some decent amounts of rainfall. Otherwise, for tomorrow, it is going to be a partly to mostly cloudy day, spotty light showers.
Thank you, Jay.
Thanks for joining us. Good evening.
Tonight, breaking news on two major stories. The frantic search for survivors of the building collapse in Surfside, Florida, as the list of the missing gets longer. And in Minneapolis, a judge sends former police officer Derek Chauvin to prison for the murder of George Floyd. Horror and hope. More bodies pulled from the ruins of that destroyed condo complex as the number of people still unaccounted for grows. Tonight, the race against time underneath the rubble. Elite search crews tunneling below, stopping to listen for signs of life. Why the next 24 hours are crucial.
For at least the first 72 hours, there are high likelihood of people that could be alive in there.
Waiting in anguish, the families of the lost standing by for updates, now questioning why the search isn't moving faster. Their frustration turning to anger.
We have begged the authorities, if you're not willing to go in, let us go in.
Warning signs, reports of constant flooding, creaking sounds at night, and complaints from residents. New questions about the 40-year-old building. Could the collapse have been prevented? And the lawsuit just filed. Also breaking tonight, a Minneapolis judge sends former police officer Derek Chauvin to prison for more than 2 decades for murdering George Floyd. The emotional statements in court.
If you could say anything to your daddy right now, what would it be?
I love you. Plus, Chauvin breaks his silence, what he told Floyd's family. On the border, the vice president travels to El Paso as critics complain the Biden administration isn't doing enough to stop a surge of migrant crossings. And CBS's Steve Hartman on holding out hope and hanging onto memories.
This is the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Major Garrett in for Nora tonight. We're going to begin with breaking news on the search and the grim reality now setting in at the scene of the devastating building collapse in South Florida. More bodies have been pulled from the pile tonight, pushing the death toll to at least 4. In the coming hours and days, it is quite clear that number is likely to grow. As we come on the air, officials in Surfside, Florida now say there are 159 people unaccounted for, residents and guests who family members believe could have been in the building when it gave way early Thursday morning. Tonight, the pace of the search on top and underneath of the rubble has increased, with elite crews now tunneling below the ruins as other teams carefully dig through the debris above. For the families wanting answers, the wait is painful, with many now questioning why this rescue effort isn't moving faster. At the same time, residents who survived the collapse say there were warning signs that something was wrong. And tonight, the first lawsuit has already been filed. We have a team of CBS News correspondents on the ground talking to rescue crews, families of the missing, as well as survivors. CBS's Manuel Bajorquez is going to lead off our coverage with the latest on the frantic attempt to find people alive. Manny, good evening.
Good evening, Major. Tonight, thicker, heavier smoke is rising from the collapse site from a persistent fire that has been smoldering within the rubble. But we also notice smoke billowing from the part of the building that is still standing. An official confirmed to me they are concerned about the structural integrity of that section and the significant danger it poses to rescuers.
Tonight, it is a race against time in the most precarious of situations.
We can hear her behind the walls, so we're digging her out.
Today, rescue crews formed bucket brigades to clear debris, delicately trying to reach search areas within the twisted metal and crumbled concrete. Heavy machinery arrived too, and just a few feet away from the rubble, we were reminded of the risks to rescuers.
The building you see behind me is also in danger of potential collapse.
Each rescue team is also accompanied by a doctor, like trauma surgeon Howard Lieberman.
And they remove layer at a time. So basically they're sort of delayering the pile. So they take off one layer at a time. We go in, we search, see if we can find anything.
If not, they take off another layer.
The mission also continues below, in a water-filled underground garage. Some rescuers have had to be convinced to take breaks, some dedicated to the task at hand. But given the heat and stress, some 130 firefighters and crew take turns, working 15-minute shifts.
This is sort of what we do. It is mentally and physically exhausting, but all that hits you when you're done.
The crews are sifting through 3 stories of debris, what's left of the 12-story building that collapsed early Thursday morning. Crews are using search cameras and sonar devices to look for any signs of life.
But we are listening for sounds. It's not specifically, human sounds. It could be, tapping. It could be steel, kind of twisting. It could be some of the debris kind of raining down. So we concentrate in those areas.
Miami-Dade's urban search and rescue team is considered among the best in the world, dispatched to disasters around the country and the globe, including Haiti's 2010 earthquake. This time, the disaster is at home. Retired Miami-Dade Fire Chief Dave Downey.
Right now, they're essentially looking for needles in a haystack. While this building came down relatively straight, they're not, victims and survivors are not going to be located in the exact area where the building used to stand.
Overnight, 3 more bodies were pulled from the rubble. Today, thunderstorms and small fires slowed down the search. 54-year-old Stacy Fang is the first known victim of the collapse. Just yesterday, rescuers pulled her 16-year-old son out of the rubble alive.
All of our training tells us that for at least the first 72 hours, there are high likelihood of people that could be alive in there.
So far, 8 task force teams have been deployed from across the state for the search and rescue mission. 6 more are on standby, Major. This is an effort that is likely to last very well into next week.
Well, Manuel Bojorquez, thank you so very much. For the families of the missing, the wait for any development, no matter how small, has been agonizing. As the number of unaccounted for grows, hope of finding survivors shrinks. And as CBS's David Begnaud reports, emotions are raw.
We have begged the authorities, if you're not willing to go in, let us go in. Please send someone in, and if not, let us go in.
This is the Rosenbergs, Shuli, Yehuda, and Shauna. They say they feel helpless, and they're not okay with that. Their father, Harold, is a widower. He lived alone on the 2nd floor of the building. His daughter, Malky, and her husband, Benny Weiss, were also there, visiting from New Jersey on vacation. I asked the fire marshal, why aren't you just taking rocks off and digging down? And he said, because that puts more pressure, so we're going from underground in the parking garage to dig a hole in a tunnel through there.
And when I heard that, I said, if it was your father, your sister, and your brother-in-law, would you send 4 firemen under a tunnel?
They wanted to see more crews digging more often, and this afternoon they did, just as Yehuda collapsed and was treated by paramedics. They snapped this photo of what they say is a chair from their father's condo, which was across from the pool in an area not covered in rubble. That's part of the reason they believe their family members could still be alive.
We were told that the foundation of the building is still unstable, and because of that, they are not willing to risk lives. But we are, and we have rescue teams that are willing to go in. So let us go in if you're not willing to risk it.
With all due respect to the family, the rescuers are risking their lives. But look, there are other family members complaining about the same thing, other families saying we're not seeing enough rescuers and they're not spending enough time on that pile actually digging through it. There have also been complaints about not enough information being provided. So now the Miami-Dade Fire Department says we're going to update families every 4 hours. The last time someone was pulled alive from the rubble was more than 36 hours ago at this point, Major.
David Begnaud, thank you. Tonight we are hearing harrowing stories from those inside the building. One from a survivor just a few feet from the part of the building that caved in. And she's also telling us about a history of problems in the complex. And here is CBS's Mark Strassman.
In Unit 1106, Jeanette Aguero may have cheated death 2 apartments away.
We walked out and the apartment is, the 04 line is sheared in half. And it's like just gone.
Gone? But why? One night earlier, Pablo Rodriguez's mother heard something.
She just told me that she had woken up around 3, 4 in the morning and had heard like some creaking noises.
Forensic inspectors, now in the rubble, wonder whether something failed underneath the building. To support its weight, the tower's builders had to drive concrete pilings deep into the sandbar. One coastal threat saltwater intrusion. It can seep into the concrete, corrode the steel inside the pilings, and worst case, shift the base of a building. After the calamity, officials reportedly saw a hole opening up under the garage.
They will try to see where the source of where the water is coming from, and with that penetrating the columns and foundations.
Jeanette Aguero says the garage was often troubled.
It was always wet, even when it was dry out. It's a beautiful day, and you go, why am I stepping in a puddle of water to get to the car?
As a 40-year-old building, Champlain South's Building Association is by county law required to re-inspect the tower's structure and electrical systems. Surfside officials told CBS News today they have yet to receive that report. Learning the definitive cause could be months away. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
You have families that lost loved ones in this building collapse. They have a right to know.
Is Cordell. Members of his congregation, his extended family, are missing tonight.
So many people are really, really hurting, because we're a loving community.
Joshua Spiegel, waiting for word on his mother, Judy.
It's a struggle. We are praying every minute. We're hopeful that she's there, alive, and we're going to see her soon and be able to hold her hand and kiss her. And we love her so much, and we're going to see her soon.
Late this afternoon, we met Michael Noriega, showing us photos of his beloved grandmother, Hilda.
Was that this Christmas? It was.
Hilda, his family's last living grandparent, 92, living in apartment 602.
She was the most loving person that I've ever met in my entire life. I mean, she lived for her family, and I'll venture to say that she lives for her family. She was absolutely giving, and she was just the type of person that was the epitome of almost a perfect grandmother. She just loved us very, very, very dearly.
I can see your strength, and I gather your grandmother is partly responsible for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, she's the strongest woman I know.
Well, we're holding out hope for her too. Appreciate that. Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Hilda's family not giving up hope. They told me they couldn't even imagine this scene in their worst nightmares. It's just impossible to describe unless you're standing here. They can't imagine their grandmother, they said, alone in her apartment, but they, like so many here, are not giving up. In fact, this evening, that heartbreaking wait continues. Stephanie Ramos, not far from where we are right here tonight, at the Family Reunification Center where they're waiting for word. Stephanie?
That would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind.
Minnesota's sentencing guidelines for second-degree unintentional murder call for a 10 to 15-year prison term. The defense asked for Chauvin to be released on probation.
He's not coming into this as a career criminal.
But the judge agreed with prosecutors that Chauvin abused his position of trust and authority, and that he treated Floyd with particular cruelty.
Most importantly, we need to recognize the pain of the Floyd family.
In the end, the sentence was 22 and a half years.
Like the conviction of Derek Chauvin 2 months ago, today's sentencing is not justice, but it is another moment of real accountability on the road to justice.
Chauvin now has 90 days to file an appeal, which is almost certain. He also faces those federal charges along with the 3 other officers involved. If he's convicted on those charges, he could face the rest of his life behind bars. Major?
Cmgus, thank you. We turn now to the southern border, where today Vice President Kamala Harris said the Biden administration is making, quote, extreme progress, unquote, in addressing the surge in migrants there. It was
just a day before the collapse.
She just told me that she had woken up around 3, 4 in the morning and had heard like some creaking noises. They were loud enough to wake her up, but that was it.
She's now among the missing. This is the closest that we've been able to get to the collapse site. Right now, that crane, you can see it, it's removing debris from the side of the building, swinging it carefully over the top of that big pile of debris, and then moving it out of the way. Part of that rubble could provide crucial evidence in determining what caused this tragedy.
You have to look at the design of the building. You have to look at the engineering calculations. You have to look at the quality of the construction. But I think in the end, maintenance is probably going to play a significant role in this.
The building had recently begun its 40-year structural recertification process. Work had started on its roof, but in recent years, it received some scrutiny. In 2015, a tenant sued the Condo Association, claiming water damage from cracks in her walls. And a 2020 Florida International University study found that in the 1990s, the land beneath this building was sinking at a faster rate than in neighboring towns. One author telling us that they did flag the findings of their report. We have requested all public records on this building from the city of Surfside. So far, they have not been released. A lot of questions tonight. David?
So many unanswered questions. Victor Condo tonight. Victor, thank you. We're going to have more from the scene here just a bit later, but there's other major news this Friday night. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin sentenced to 22.5 years in prison for the murder of George Floyd. And for the first time, Derek Chauvin directly addressing the Floyd family today. ABC's Alex Perez in Minneapolis tonight.
In court today, the family of George Floyd pleading for justice. Their pain clear for all to see. Floyd's 7-year-old daughter Gianna, the first to speak, addressing the judge on video.
We used to have dinner meals every single night before we went to bed. My daddy always used to help me brush my teeth.
Do you wish that he was still here with us?
Yeah, but he is.
Through his spirit?
Yes.
Yeah. If you could say anything to your daddy right now, what would it be?
It would be, I miss you and I love you.
Floyd's brother Terrence with a question for Derek Chauvin.
What were you thinking? What was going through your head when you had your knee on my brother's neck? Why when you knew that he posed no threat anymore, he was handcuffed, why you didn't at least get up? Why you stayed there?
The Floyd family seeking the maximum sentence.
We don't want to see no more slaps on the wrist. We've been through that already. In my community, in my culture, we've been through that already.
Chauvin had only one person in court to speak on his behalf, his mother.
The media, public, and prosecution team believe Derek to be an aggressive, heartless, and uncaring person. I can tell you that is far from the truth, and that my son is a good man.
She did not offer condolences to the Floyd family, instead speaking directly to her son.
Derek, I want you to know I have always believed in your innocence, and I will never waver from that. I will be here for you when you come home. Remember, there is no stronger bond or love than a mother's love.
Chauvin, who's also facing federal civil rights charges, then addressing the court himself.
At this time, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind. Thank you.
Judge Peter Cahill then handing down his decision. Chauvin faced a minimum of 10 years in prison and the maximum of 40. He was sentenced to 22.5 years behind bars.
This is based on your abuse of a position of trust and authority, and also the particular cruelty shown to George Floyd.
And David, Floyd's family saying today's decision delivers a closure and accountability. David?
Alex Perez in Minneapolis tonight. Alex, thank you. There is also news tonight involving former President Trump. The Manhattan DA informing the former president's lawyers that they're considering filing criminal charges against the Trump Organization as early as next week. Pierre Thomas is late reporting tonight. Pierre?
David, the investigation involves whether or not the president's family business paid taxes on certain fringe benefits given to employees or family members, ranging from cars and apartments to private school tuition. Tonight, sources are telling us an indictment could come on the Trump Organization as soon as next week. But an attorney for the Trump Organization is saying it's all completely outrageous, David.
Pierre Thomas tonight, thank you. When we come back, the dangerous heat wave set to hit the U.S. this weekend. Rob Marciano standing by, and the Department of Justice suing Georgia.
As a
helping assist with cooking.
I treated my yeast infection.
A chase across 2 busy runways before the officers finally caught up with him. The motive for this chaos isn't clear, but the driver had SOS on the hood of his car. No one was hurt. The long-awaited Pentagon report on UFOs was released today, and it echoes the reporting from 60 Minutes that there are a lot of unexplained sightings, more than 140 since 2003, including 11 near misses with U.S. aircraft. There is no evidence, the report says, that adversaries like Russia or China are behind them. So these sightings remain a mystery. Up next, CBS's Steve Hartman on how hope can sustain us in the most difficult times.
If you can't watch the CBS Evening News, you can listen. Sponsored by Abbott.
Our gift we could possibly give to the Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
So, Charles, we are keeping diplomatic structures in place. There will be a small contingent of U.S. troops to make sure that those things are safe. So what's your take on our walking away?
Well, I think that this has been a long time coming. President Trump wanted to do it. President Biden has wanted to do it for a long time. And whether it's a good idea or not, I think it's going to be perceived in a lot of the world as a defeat for the United States. And to Jonah's point that there's a concern now with pivoting to more great power competition, well, great powers such as Russia and China will draw their own conclusions about our staying power and our defense commitments in places like Korea and Taiwan. And if it gets very ugly on the ground in Afghanistan and their bloodbath and Vietnam 1975 type scenes, it could have domestic political repercussions as well.
All right, I want to go lightning round, truly lightning round on this next one, so we can get to your winners and losers as well. But what about this conversation that there's this group of bipartisan senators who went to the White House, thought that they had hammered out a deal. Now it seems like there may be more strings attached than they initially thought. Bill, I'll start with you. Does this group get this framework, and as we understand it in its infancy right now, does it get across the finish line without something else attached?
No, I think they look like chumps. Look at the Journal. We've argued that this was not a compromise from the beginning. This was not give and take. This was President Biden taking what he gave in a bipartisan bill and then stuffing it back in another bill to get through. And I think the Republicans have found that. The only argument ever for doing it was to take the popular parts, infrastructure, out of all the Democratic spending and pass that to make another bill harder. But I don't think it's done that. And so the Republicans have hurt themselves a little bit with this, but it gives Mitch McConnell a stronger place now to make his stand.
Okay, guys, we're going to go to winners and losers because I just want to make sure that we get those in. Charles, I'll let you kick us off.
On the infrastructure or winners and losers?
No, we're going to go to winners and losers so we can give you guys your chance at that.
Okay, so my loser is Rudy Giuliani, who has had his law license suspended in New York for his inopportune comments on the campaign trail. And my winner of the week is more of a kind of a valedictory farewell winner, is Conan O'Brien, who, sure, he's losing his show, but I think he deserves a salute for almost 30 years of really funny stuff on TV.
Jonah?
Okay, so my winner of the week is, and I'm trying to remember, my winner of the week are all of the UFO nerds who finally have a great excuse not to have a date this weekend because they can finally read this report from the government. And my loser of the week are the minority and diversity committee of the Bailey Beach Club, the Sheldon Whitehouse Beach Club, because of the Sheldon Whitehouse's political hot water. That means they now have to have their entire summer being a working vacation so they can start looking like a little bit like America.
All right, Bill, you close us out.
Okay, winner of the week are the journalists at Apple Daily who fought the good fight until the bitter end to keep their newspaper going while the Hong Kong government was trying to shut it down. Loser of the week is Bill de Blasio and all the other soft-on-crime Democratic mayors. In New York's mayoral primary, Democratic voters chose former police officer Eric Adam, a clear vote for law and order.
Yeah, we await the final results of that very interesting ranked voting, which we're all learning more about.
Only pay for...
That's important to be able to move forward. Look,
be hell, and grief lies ahead for many. But for now, hope is providing a bridge across the abyss. And there's not a soul in South Florida that isn't holding on to that bridge for dear life. Steve Hartman, CBS News, New York.
Anguish and hope. We'll be right back.
He was loved by all of his friends in Hawaii. He went to a boarding school in Hawaii. Then he come to Chicago 3 years ago. He was going to sleep home, but just suddenly he was attending a funeral of a guy that actually passed away because of COVID. So his girlfriend flew from New York. They got together the day before, and instead of coming back home, they preferred to be closer to the funeral in Surfside. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to India with us. This is insane, you know. This is what it is. I can't believe it. Nobody can.
There are people all over the world praying for your son and his girlfriend, for you, for all of those who are waiting, and for all of those who are missing right now and being searched for. I will continue to keep in touch with you, and our thoughts and our prayers are with you and your family. Thank you so much for talking with us. Let's go back to Walt.
Anderson, thank you very much. Our hearts go out to those parents. Wonderful son, obviously. There's more breaking news we're following. The desperate search for 159 people unaccounted for after the collapse of that condominium building near Miami. At the same time, the search for what caused this disaster is intensifying tonight. CNN Brian Todd is working that part of the story.
Tonight, structural engineers and other experts scrambling to find answers as to how this collapse could have occurred in an area with some of the strictest building codes in the world.
It's very unusual to see a building collapse in this way. It reminds me of building in countries where they had the earthquakes and the construction is not in good conditions.
Professor Shimon Duwinski of Florida International University released a study last year which said that 40-year-old building, the Champlain Towers South, had been sinking, or subsiding as he calls it, at a rate of about 2 millimeters a year between 1993 and 1999.
It's not clear if the land was moving or the building was moving into the land, but it was obviously that the building itself moved a very small portion, which is about, over the measurement period of 6 years, is about half an inch.
Duwinski said that sinking didn't occur in other buildings right around that complex. He said the sinking alone likely would not have caused the building to collapse, but experts say it could be associated with tension and possible cracks inside the structure. Local officials say there was roof work being done on the building. They're careful to say that may not be the cause of this disaster, but experts say it could have been a contributing factor.
Collision of effects of potentially working on the roof, potentially the non-maintenance of certain parts of the building where the connections can come together and fail and create the pancake effect that happened.
The location and climate of that area, experts say, also have to be considered.
Potentially the corrosion of this steel, as you notice, this right next to the ocean, and also that area collapses the ocean side, right? That's where they usually use the corrosion there. So corrosion of the reinforcement will compromise the capacity of column. If the column fails, everything fails essentially.
An attorney for the Condo Residents Association says over the past several months, the building had undergone what he called thorough engineering inspections in preparation for its 40-year certification.
Nothing appeared either to the engineers or to any of the residents that would suggest anything like this was imminent. Nothing.
Experts say it may take several months before we know the real causes, and as for the possibility of one smoking gun.
Usually a collapse like this doesn't happen just because of one factor. Usually several factors is combined and it's like a perfect storm.
And we've just learned a class action lawsuit has been filed against the Champlain Towers South Condominium Association, accusing that group of, quote,
failures to secure and safeguard the lives and property of condo unit owners. That suit, seeking in excess of $5 million in damages, cites a statement from the Condo Association's attorney, Kenneth Director, saying that repair needs had been identified but had not been completed. Now, in response to the suit, Kenneth Director said he doesn't know and engineers don't know with certainty what caused the building to come down. So, quote, how is it that this lawyer knows with certainty what caused that building to fall down?
Yeah, whatever it was, that they will learn, they will learn to make sure it doesn't happen again, Brian. Thank you very much for that report.
We're your happy, healthy employees partner.
Tonight, the rising toll and the race against time in the Florida condo disaster. The new images more than 40 hours after the sudden collapse. The desperate search, at least 4 dead. The number unaccounted for jumping to 159. Families submitting DNA, holding on to hope for missing loved ones. Among them, 3 grandmothers, plus new video from inside, moments before the collapse, and growing questions. What caused it? Another major headline, Flippin Chauvin sentenced to 22.5 years in prison for the murder of George Floyd, the former Minneapolis police officer, speaking in the courtroom. What he said to Floyd's family and the powerful words from Floyd's 7-year-old daughter. The Justice Department suing Georgia over its voting restrictions law, the signal it sends to other GOP-led states. The Trump Organization bracing for potential criminal charges as early as next week. The new warning on the Delta variant, the WHO saying it's the most transmissible yet. Kamala Harris paying her first visit to the border as vice president, her message to critics who say it should have come sooner. And the highly anticipated U.S. intelligence report on UFOs, what it says about those mysteries in the sky.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. As the hours tick by, the odds tick against those who may have somehow survived the initial collapse of that condo tower in South Florida. Risking their own lives beneath unstable wreckage, rescuers in Surfside have now recovered the remains of 4 people. Nowhere close to the more than 150 people who might possibly have been at home at the time of yesterday's early morning catastrophe. The anguish is palpable among families, hoping their missing loved ones will pick up the phone or turn up elsewhere, alive and well. Rescuers braving pop-up thunderstorms, some using their hands, working quickly but gingerly, listening for sounds of life. Tom Yamas is there to lead off our coverage tonight.
Tonight, search and rescue teams locked in a painstaking uphill battle, using everything from heavy equipment to their bare hands. But these new, up-close images show why hope is fading. Those were multiple floors in the building that collapsed, leaving what appears to be no room for survival. Firefighters recovering 3 more bodies, working through the night to get them out.
Why this one? Why this place? What was going on?
The Spiegels are one family refusing to give up hope. Wife and mother of 3 Judy was on the 6th floor. Her children had to submit DNA swabs in case they find her.
She was the most loving mother anyone could ever ask for.
As families waited for any sign of life, any news, a major headline from the mayor earlier today. More people are missing.
Have you seen anything that leads you to believe there are still people alive there?
We will continue search and rescue because we still have hope that we will find people alive.
But other elected leaders who have toured the disaster zone told us this.
You think anyone's alive? I don't.
State Senator Jason Pizzo represents this section of South Florida. He says family members have been offering to comb through the rubble themselves to find their loved ones.
Whose fault is this? It's all of our faults if we've been neglecting proper inspections.
This new surveillance footage showing the moments before the collapse inside of an empty condo. All of these images leaving many families in shock. Frances Plasencia was out with 2 of her close friends, all of them grandmothers. They had gone to an art exhibit. One of them had a condo in the building that collapsed, where they all stayed that night. We spoke with family members over the phone.
I saw a photo and I kind of got really scared.
And I think like what my brother says was it's kind of like going in and out of that of like, you think my mom's gonna pull through?
And late tonight, news on that teenage boy, Jonah Handler, pulled out by firefighters. He survived, but NBC News learning his mother, Stacy, did not make it out alive.
Tom, watching those rescuers, it is hard not to have some hope.
That's right, Lester, but the situation here is still so dire. Right now, first responders are fighting an active fire. It's the second fire they've been fighting today. There have been multiple storms on top of that mountain of rubble, and still at this hour, there are more than 150 people still unaccounted for. A wall of photos has just been put up. People are lighting candles, they're adding roses, they're praying, and as you said, Lester, they are still holding out hope.
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you. And I just asked the mayor of Surfside, Charles Burkett, about the urgent rescue effort there. Mayor, to the extent that the crews have now begun to tunnel under some of that wreckage, are there any more or less confident about finding survivors?
You know, Lester, I was out there this morning at about 8 o'clock, and I noticed they had a crew of about 60 guys on top of the pile trying to pull out pieces, hand grabbing it with their hands. But I know that they kept going through it all. And the answer to the question is that they're actually going at it from many different directions, top, bottom, and side.
I know just the nature of a pile like that. They are hearing some noises, but is there anything that they can identify as human voices?
I haven't been told that they've identified human voices. That's one thing I haven't been told.
What do you need in Surfside right now?
We are not resource light. We are luck light. We need some luck.
The mayor of Surfside tonight, the federal government sending in a team of scientists and engineers to start looking for possible clues on why that building collapsed. Sam Brock is covering that part of the story.
Above the rubble of this smoldering 12-story high-rise and the desperate search for survivors, here's a look at the devastation before and after the collapse, wiping out a huge part of the building. Now, accelerated efforts to find out what caused it.
How soon do you think they're actually going to start the investigation?
I think the investigation has already started.
FIU's Dr. Atorat Azizi-Namini says investigators can review design documents, then take samples from the debris and see if they match.
They're going to look at, because designer specifies, they say, I want a concrete that has this much strength. I want a steel that has this strength. So they want to make sure that the contractor used that type of material.
With an incredibly active scene today, a new federal presence is arriving in Surfside. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, specialized investigators for buildings.
So what would trigger a NIST launch onto a scene? The principal criteria that we apply is a large loss of life or the potential for a large loss of life.
NIST has the power to potentially change building code standards and has only performed a full investigation 4 times in its history, including 9/11 and the aftermath of the Joplin, Missouri tornado. This could be number 5.
We would want to collect and preserve any evidence that we think might be critical to helping us understand what happened in that building yesterday.
NBC News has learned a unit owner at Champlain Towers South sued management in 2015, claiming lack of maintenance on an outside wall that led to water entering through the cracks. The attorney for the Condo Association says this is not indicative of a structural problem, and added the complex just underwent its 40-year certification with improvements ongoing.
There was nothing in the inspection or in the report that would have led anyone to believe that the building was in such imminent danger.
Engineers say it is almost impossible that the rest of this building could remain standing, but even if it was found to be structurally sound, the emotional and traumatic impact on this community is a whole other matter. Lester?
All right, Sam, thank you. Let's turn now to the case that forced a racial reckoning in America. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin sentenced to 22.5 years in prison today for the murder of George Floyd. Gabe Gutierrez is there and has late details.
Outside the courthouse, they anxiously crowded around a loudspeaker.
The court commits you to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 270 months.
As the judge sentenced former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin to 22.5 years in prison for the murder of George Floyd.
I'm not basing my sentence also on public opinion. I am not basing it on any attempt to send any messages.
I'm taking this as a win for my community right now.
We still feel empty today. We feel empty.
Prosecutors had asked for 30 years in prison. The defense wanted probation and time served, arguing Chauvin was the product and had zero criminal history. With Chauvin looking on today, a powerful impact statement from Floyd's 7-year-old daughter, Gianna.
If you could say anything to your daddy right now, what would it be?
It would be, I miss you and I love you.
Floyd's nephew and brothers also addressed the court.
My family and I have been given a life sentence. We would never be able to get George back.
Then Chauvin's mother spoke publicly for the first time.
My son's identity has also been reduced to that as a racist. I want this court to know that none of these things are true.
Chauvin himself stood up.
I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family.
For some members of Floyd's family, the sentence is not enough.
Is 22.5 years enough?
That was not enough. State guidelines recommended a sentence of 10 to 15 years for second-degree murder, but the judge said there were aggravating factors in this case, among them that Chauvin abused his authority as a police officer and that he killed Floyd in front of children.
It's unusual for a police officer to be convicted, much less get a sentence like this.
And Gabe, we can see passion still high there this evening. The judge also denied the defense motion for a new trial.
Yes, Lester, demonstrators are still out tonight, and Chauvin still faces federal charges. The 3 other officers involved in this case are set to go to trial next year. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez in Minneapolis tonight, thank you. In just 60 seconds, a federal legal challenge to a restrictive new state voting law. Will others be next? And is Donald Trump's company about to face criminal charges?
For all of us who weren't born yesterday, there's Consumer Cellular, premium wireless with exceptional value. Enjoy talk, text, and data for only $20 a month. U.S.-based customer service that's been ranked #1 by J.D. Power 10 times in a row, and flexible plans that you can change anytime. Consumer Cellular is also an approved AARP provider, so members get exclusive discounts. Discover wireless that gives you everything you need for less. Switch to Consumer Cellular today. Call, go online, or find us at Target.
Welcome to Allstate. Where we're driving down the cost of insurance. Drivers who switched saved over $700. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands. Click or call for a lower rate today.
The Justice Department is suing the state of Georgia over its new restrictions on voting, and the Attorney General is hinting strongly that more lawsuits are coming. Pete Williams has more.
The Justice Department says Georgia's Republican-controlled legislature rushed to pass election law changes intending to make it harder for black people to vote, especially by mail, which blacks tend to do more than whites.
These legislative actions occurred at a time when the black population in Georgia continues to steadily increase.
Targets of the civil rights lawsuit: new limits on getting absentee ballots and on groups sending out ballot applications, fewer drop boxes for returning completed ballots, and a ban on giving food or water to people in line at the polls. These changes, the lawsuit says, were meant to push black people toward more in-person voting in areas where the polls typically have long lines. And the Attorney General says the Justice Department may file lawsuits in other states passing similar restrictions.
Where we believe the civil rights of Americans have been violated, we will not hesitate to act.
Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp blasted the lawsuit, calling it part of the Biden administration's left-wing agenda. The Justice Department is also ordering the FBI and the nation's federal prosecutors to take action against anyone who threatens state or local election officials. Lester?
All right, Pete, thank you. The Trump Organization now bracing to be hit with criminal charges as soon as next week. Hallie Jackson joining me now. Hallie, what are you learning?
Lester, these would be the first criminal charges stemming from that investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney into the former president's company, a case centering on whether executives like Chief Financial Officer Alan Weisselberg evaded taxes, according to multiple people familiar with the matter. A Trump Organization attorney tells NBC they plan to plead not guilty and they want the case dismissed, describing the former president as outraged. Mr. Trump himself may address this at his first big rally since leaving the White House tomorrow in Ohio. Lester.
All right, thank you, Howie. Vice President Kamala Harris making her first trip to the southern border as VP today after facing bipartisan criticism for not going sooner and amid the record migrant surge. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is in El Paso tonight.
The journey to America's southern border is known to be perilous. For Vice President Kamala Harris in El Paso today, the risks have been political.
Well, it's not my first trip. I've been to the border many times.
Today, Harris met with Border Patrol agents and toured a processing center where she met privately with 5 migrant girls.
This issue cannot be reduced to a political issue. We're talking about children.
But with the number of migrant apprehensions at a 20-year high, critics argue she should have been here earlier and should have visited the sector with the highest surge. This from a Texas Democrat.
If you go down to the Lower Rio Grande with a high activity and you're there with kids and families, high numbers of people crossing the border, politically it's harder to do that.
Harris countered.
Relationship.
It's nice to come in.
We are going to be well under a quarter of an inch, except for maybe in northwest Iowa. Our highs will be in the low 80s, so about the same as today. Then Sunday looks like a brighter day. Even Sioux Falls will see partly cloudy skies. Scattered rain showers, but again, on the light side, under a quarter of an inch, low to mid 80s for daytime highs. Looking at next week, we do have a chance of some isolated thunderstorms on Monday, but then mostly dry the rest of the week. Temperatures will be near normal. That means 80s, but we are going to be seeing an increase in those temperatures, warming by the end of the week. It's going to be a very warm 4th of July weekend, although I suppose 4th of July weekends are supposed to be warm. We saw the temperature right there. Let me go back to those. We were coolest in western South Dakota. Rapsi's high just 70 degrees today. Despite the cloud cover, we're in the low 80s here in the eastern part of KELOland. All right, here's where the rain is falling right now. KELOland Lime Doppler. These light greens, that's all we have, and there's moving in a southeasterly direction. That's all that's going on right now. I should say, moving in a northeasterly direction, that's all that's going on. The heavier rain is falling and has been falling right down here, northeastern tip of Nebraska, through like Union County in South Dakota into northwest Iowa. And these folks are going to be the folks that are going to be the big winners in this as far as rainfall totals are concerned. In fact, Futurecast says this, the showers are going to be fairly spotty as they push through the area over the next 36, 48 hours. This is tonight. This is tomorrow morning. This is tomorrow afternoon. You get the picture. Very spotty, very light. Not nearly as much as we'd like to see, but, well, at least, I guess we could say it's something. Overnight tonight.
Just been away, too, and your mother had just gotten back. Your grandmother was staying with her, but had just gotten back. You know, again, just how close it was to being a very different story for you. And your grandmother's birthday was coming up, and you talked about how they were going to see your son yesterday. That was the plan. I know he's 6. Have you talked about it with him at all?
We've talked a little bit about it. We haven't told him. We don't want to tell him the entire story until we have official news. That's part of holding on to that little bit of hope. But he knows the building fell. He saw it on the news in the morning it happened. He's already started with the questions because tomorrow's Saturday, and Saturdays that's when my mom and my grandmother would come to the house with breakfast and take him to go out and spend the whole day with him. That's every Saturday since he was basically born. So he knows tomorrow's Saturday, and he's already been asking, are they coming over?
I'm so sorry, Pablo.
Thanks. Yeah, there's nothing really to say. It's a very difficult situation. It's not just me. I know there's lots of other family members going through the same thing. And really just part of the reason that I'm doing this, that I'm talking, is to make sure that the story stays out there. It doesn't just get brushed aside. I know there's a lot of big events going on, the George Floyd trial, the DOJ challenging the Georgia voting law. These are all big, important events, but this story For me personally, it needs to stay out there, and I'm hoping there's an investigation into it, because buildings don't just fall down. This was They were inspecting the building. There was repairs being done to the building. There were complaints about the board. There were complaints about mismanagement. And the building just fell down. How does a building that's being inspected just randomly fall down? It doesn't happen. That's not what a building does. So I want to make sure that this story stays out there in the forefront, and that it gets investigated.
Well, it better be investigated, and there have to be answers for everyone, every single one of you.
Right.
All right, Pablo, you're in our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
And next, the first responders at extraordinary risk as they search for survivors at this hour, facing the danger of further collapse as well as fires. You look at these images. Plus, Pablo mentioned this, there have been complaints about all kinds of issues, complaints about water damage, cracking noises in the building. What caused a 40-year-old building just to completely fall down in 15 seconds? Structural engineer who has been hired to investigate the collapse is out front. And Derek Chauvin, he was sentenced to 22 and a half years in prison for George Floyd's murder, as Floyd's family speaks out.
I ask about him all the time.
When you see your daddy again one day, what do you want to do when you see him?
I want to play with him.
Are you using anti-inflammatory eye drops or...
You can have a hot tub now. Every floor model must go. Come at Empire Mall. Call 1-833-HOURS.
We used to have a term for it, which isn't very attractive, but it's a blank on the bar contest. I mean, here it is. They've been telling him for a long time, you have to flip. And he's been telling them, I'm not going to. And now the deal is, show us what you got. And so they're going to indict him. And this is a real pressure to get him to flip. And it's interesting because it does require, if these indictments really happen, the Trump organization is going to have to make a decision. And he's going to find out whether or not they're going to support him or not, or whether they're going to say, well, we didn't do that. Weisselberg did all that. But that's what's coming down the pike. Now, if they give him up, that will help inspire him to flip. So we'll see. There's a lot of a dance going on right now about the way any indictments, if they really come, how all the different parties react to them.
That's a really interesting point. Very good points. Frederick Lawrence, can you explain what does it mean for a company to get indicted versus an individual person?
Company's indicted. The company is not going to go to jail, obviously, but it is subject to criminal penalties and fines. At the same time, the individuals involved in the company still have liability for their individual responsibility. So I think what's going on, I think Cynthia's got it just right. They've been squeezing and squeezing, and now we're seeing the end game of squeezing. This is letting Weisselberg and other Weisselbergs, right? I mean, the other people in the organization, we don't know who else they're talking to, letting them know the boat's about to leave the port. So if you want to be on the boat, this would be the time to do it.
Yeah.
My guess is that there are a lot of final discussions between those folks and their lawyers are saying, here's your risk, here's your exposure. Do you want to hang tight and be loyal, or is this the time to cooperate? Because their leverage is about to drop decidedly next week once these indictments come.
And to your point, Cynthia, the Trump lawyer, Ron Fischetti, said they could not get Alan Weisselberg to cooperate and tell them what they wanted to hear, and that's why they're going forward with these charges. ABC News reported earlier this month that Cyrus Vance, the Manhattan District Attorney, brought the Trump organization's controller in to testify before the special grand jury, which is deemed, at least by ABC, as a sign that prosecutors have burrowed deep into the company's finances. If, in fact, it's a company getting indicted and not an individual, can you spell that out a little bit more, Cynthia? Does that mean that, let's say they find the company did something wrong, are they just going to find it out of existence? Or if it's like an LLC, because LLCs are actually on your personal taxes, right? Wouldn't it mean that some human being at some point has to also be indicted, besides Weisselberg?
Here is the important thing to know. Indictments can come next week, and then 10 more indictments can come the week after and can supersede. The fact that they do this indictment doesn't mean that it's completely over. So my guess would be this is a starting point, and it has a specific goal, and that is to get everybody's attention and to flip Weisselberg, and then there will be more that's coming down the road. It's important what you say about the controller being testifying, because unlike federal court, where we're used to people being forced to testify in the grand jury and having it just be kind of a way to get information, In state court in New York, if you testify in front of the grand jury, you get immunity. So the Connolly guy, who was the controller, who testified, now has immunity, whether he likes it or not. And that really creates another interesting situation. This creates so many complexities. For example, who testifies? Who takes the fifth? Who asks for a deal? Who finds out that Trump is not loyal to them, and who finds out Trump is? So, you can't even begin to draw out all the complexities of this right now. This is going to take a while to shake out.
And I have a question about that, because the fact is this is the end of Cy Vance's term. I mean, this could wind up bleeding into a next prosecutor's term. I'm curious to see how that plays out, but I do want to point out a couple other things. So Donald Trump's former bodyguard and the current COO of his company, it's weird that he moves people to weird jobs that don't seem to match. His name is Matthew Calamari. He's also being scrutinized in this same probe. Here's what Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former personal attorney, said to Jimmy Kimmel last night about him and about Weisselberg.
They don't really need Weisselberg or Calamari. One of them will flip to save themselves. And once you get Calamari, you don't need Weisselberg. When you get Weisselberg, you don't need Calamari. But the truth is they don't need either of them because they have the documents to prove exactly the illegalities done by Trump.
Frederick Lawrence, is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't think so. They've got the documents to prove certain things, but the documents are unlikely to trace it all the way to Trump. That's why they need either Weisselberg or Calamari. That's why they've been squeezing these guys so hard. Trump is famous for this. For years, there's this Byzantine structure in his organization so that nothing seems to lead to his desk. Now, obviously, if he's the boss, he was involved. I can say obviously, but I can't prove it. They need testimony, and that's why they're leaning on these guys hard.
And Cynthia, can you speak to this, the part about Cy Vance being, he's leaving. There's a whole primary that just happened in part to replace him. What happens as the administration of that office turns over? Is it seamless that this just goes on? Does that maybe speed up the process of getting this done because Cy Vance is on his way out?
Well, lots of people speculate that it speeds up the process of decision making, or because he's trying to get this done for so long. But it's basically pretty seamless. These are professional people. This is a very professional office. And let me just say, I also agree. You can't do this case probably without Weisselberg. For those people who have nothing else to do at night, if they watch an old Apprentice show with Calamari, you will see that Calamari is not the brains of the organization. He's not the answer to this prosecution.
Is anyone the brains, though? I mean, real talk.
Somebody was the brains.
Yeah.
Somebody is the brains. I agree.
That's right.
And you have to have more than documents to show intent on this. And so on this one occasion, I will disagree with Michael Cohen's legal strategy.
Okay, well, I will say that as somebody who never watched The Apprentice and wasn't a fan of it, maybe I'll go back and try to find something on YouTube so we can
Just this one time.
All right, it won't kill me one time. Cynthia Oxney, Frederick Lawrence, have a happy weekend. Thank you both very much. Deland, the Justice Department is suing Georgia over new voting laws that it says unfairly discriminate against black voters. Well, welcome to the party, Mr. Attorney General. Glad you could make it. We'll be right back.
Introducing Colliders, your
$2 trillion program that I frankly believe we should go back.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. First of all, thanks to everyone here for your leadership and your representation. And Mr. President, thank you for your many years advocating LGBTQ plus equality and for everything you've done to assemble an administration that looks like America. And for all that he has done to help people see themselves in a new light of belonging and possibility, on a point of personal privilege, I'd like to recognize my husband, Chasten. Dr. Biden, an honor to be with you as well. Even for a cabinet member, I got to tell you, being in the East Room is not something you get to do every day. And certainly not often 2 days in a row. But about 24 hours ago, with enormous pride, I sat right about there and watched the president announce a bipartisan deal to make some of the most significant infrastructure investments in the history of the Republic. And it felt good. I want to say that whenever I'm in here, I always think about when I first saw this room, first saw these walls and the paintings and the famous gold curtains, which of course was on TV, like everybody else, on a small TV set in South Bend, Indiana. I watched TV as much as any other kid growing up in the 90s, maybe watched the news a little more than most kids, and learned a lot about how the world works. I remember being 15 and seeing stories about President Clinton's nominee for an ambassadorship who couldn't even get a vote in the Senate because he was gay. I remember at 16 looking at that same television set and seeing the face of Matthew Shepard, who was beaten and left to die because he was gay. At that age, I had never even heard the term LGBT, let alone begun to realize that any of this had anything to do with me. But I watched the news and I learned. I learned that being LGBTQ+ was something that could cost you your job, could cost you your life. Not that long ago, well within the lifetimes of many people in this room, being outed could be disqualifying from public service. Any public service, not just being a cabinet officer or a member of the military, but being a bookkeeper or an astronomer for the federal government. I wasn't here for those days, but I became a military officer under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, ran for office in Indiana, time and again facing that choice between service and love, between duty and self. My whole self. And yet today, here I am, here you are, here we are, standing in the East Room in the company of the President of the United States and the First Lady, wishing each other happy Pride.
George Floyd's family sharing their pain as they urge Judge Peter Cahill to hold nothing back as he sentences the man convicted of murder in Floyd's death.
I'm asking that you please find it suitable to give Officer Chauvin the maximum sentence possible. My family and I have been given a life sentence. We will never be able to get George back.
Prosecutors echoing their request, urging Judge Cahill to send a strong message with a sentence of 30 years.
This is the time for our criminal justice system to say, we hear you.
Derek Chauvin showing no emotion during the hearing, even as his mother opens the presentation for the defense.
My son is a good man.
Pleading for leniency.
Derek is a quiet, thoughtful, honorable, and selfless man.
His defense team arguing the former police officer's service and spotless criminal record, not public opinion, should influence how much time Chauvin spends behind bars. Chauvin then joining him at the podium, offering this cryptic message to Floyd's family.
There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind.
Judge Cahill taking a brief recess before announcing Chauvin's fate.
The court commits you to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 270 months. That's 270.
The decision bringing at least a bit of relief for Floyd's family, but it does not, they say, mark the end of their fight for justice as they continue to make sure the world never forgets his name. A closer look into today's decision. Now Chauvin expected to spend at least 2/3 of his sentence behind bars before being eligible parole. Also, the defense has indicated they plan to file an appeal in the case. Jay Gray, NBC News, Minneapolis.
A suspicious object was found at 8 this morning near the entrance of Storyville Land. The Aberdeen Police Department took custody of the object and are conducting an investigation. The park was immediately closed while law enforcement and city staff conducted a sweep of the park to look for any more objects. Aberdeen Police, Brown County Emergency Management staff, and South Dakota Highway Patrol troopers were all on the scene. Later, FBI agents arrived as well to aid the investigation. The city manager says the park was swept multiple times and says this is a reminder for people to keep their eyes open and report anything they think may be suspicious.
We've done a very thorough search. Again, we're humans. Everybody's looking. So again, when you're out in any environment like this, keeping your eyes open. We hear things and see things on the news all the time of things going on. So keeping track of your children, talking to your children about if they're out in parks, what they may or may not see.
The Aberdeen Police Department stated just a while ago that the initial examination of the device indicates that it was a probable explosive device that was built to activate at a later time. The park has since reopened. City officials are confident that the discovery of this device is an isolated incident.
Time now for a look at our forecast with meteorologist
500.
And
Or thirdly, he might agree that she should not even have a conservatorship at all.
All right, we're...
And this is CNN.
some protests over a shooting, right? The last couple of nights in Portland. And those protests turned into riots and damage and vandalism because they suspected the shooting involved a black individual. So Portland put out this tweet. There's erroneous information being circulated on social media regarding the officer-involved shooting in the Lloyd district. We can confirm the subject involved is an adult white male. No one else was injured. So am I reading this right, Jason? Everybody calm down. We shot a white guy.
Yeah, because the Antifa thugs and the other lunatics who go out there, they don't really care unless they can see a black person or a Latino person to exploit for their own personal gain. Now, what is particularly notable and what